Ego death leaves you empty. Here's how to find real motivation again. As Carl Jung once said, "You are not what happened to you. You are what you choose to become." After an ego death, when your old identity dissolves and everything familiar fades, you may feel like a shell of who you once were, disoriented, uninspired, unsure of your next step. But this empty space isn't a void to fear. It's fertile ground for a rebirth of the soul. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we'll explore how to find authentic motivation. Again, not the kind rooted in ego or validation, but the kind that aligns with your deeper self. Have you ever experienced this kind of inner death and rebirth? Share your journey in the comments below and let us know how you're rebuilding from the inside out. 1. Ego death is a spiritual collapse of identity. Ego death is not a breakdown. It is a sacred unraveling of everything the ego once clung to for meaning titles, goals, identities, ambitions. It often arrives disguised as a crisis, a heartbreak, a spiritual awakening, or a quiet collapse after years of internal pressure. And when it strikes, the world doesn't end with noise, but with silence. You look around and nothing moves you. The dreams you chased lose their shine. The roles you played feel hollow, and the motivations that once pushed you forward disappear into the stillness. But this isn't failure. It's the soul clearing space. What feels like emptiness is actually a dismantling of illusions, a shedding of borrowed values, and a stripping away of identities that no longer fit your truth. You are not broken. You are being invited into a deeper authenticity, where your drive no longer comes from proving or performing, but from remembering who you are beneath it all. This is why the silence feels so foreign. It's the sound of your soul reclaiming the mic from the ego. At this stage, most people panic. We're conditioned to find comfort in clarity and productivity, so we assume something is wrong when we lose direction. But Carl Jung taught us that what you resist not only persists, but will grow in size. If you fight this stillness, you prolong the confusion. Instead, sit in it. Let the silence soften your edges. Let it dissolve what was built on fear. What you're experiencing isn't laziness or weakness. It's a recalibration. The ego drove you with urgency and scarcity. The soul moves with resonance and truth. So rather than forcing yourself to set new goals, begin to ask better questions. Not, what should I do now? But what is true for my soul now? You'll notice subtle stirrings, a pull toward nature, toward simplicity, creativity, or service. These whispers are not distractions. They are sacred breadcrumbs leading you home. Follow them without demanding a destination. You are in a season of winter, and winter is not failure, it's rest. Underneath the frozen soil, your soul is composting everything that no longer serves you. It's preparing the ground for new life to emerge. But this life won't be powered by ego. It won't require burnout or self-betrayal. It will be rooted in purpose, joy, and energetic alignment. The drive that returns to you will not feel like pressure. It will feel like peace. Your soul doesn't motivate through fear. It inspires through clarity. And as you allow the old stories to dissolve, you make space for something truer to take root, something born not from the need to be seen, but from the desire to serve. This is not the end. It is a profound beginning, disguised as stillness. You are not lost. You are being reordered. And when your soul is ready, it will rise not to resume the life you had, but to create one that reflects who you've truly become. Have you ever experienced a moment when everything you thought defined you suddenly fell apart? If so, share your journey in the comments. Your story might help someone else feel less alone. If you haven't yet faced ego death, but feel it stirring within, comment, "I'm ready to rediscover my soul, and let's walk this spiritual path together." 2. Carl Jung called this the death of the persona. Carl Jung called it the death of the persona, the moment when the mask you've worn to survive, to be accepted, admired, or even just to feel safe, crumbles. It's not a gentle unraveling. It's often a collapse. That identity you performed for the high achiever, the caretaker, the rebel, the perfectionist suddenly means nothing. And you're left in the ruins, not with clarity, but with a deafening silence. No goals, no drive, no one applauding. Just a vast, hollow space where your ego used to live. But Jung didn't see this collapse as a failure. He saw it as initiation, because what dies is false, and what survives is the seed of the true self, the soul's unfiltered essence that was buried beneath layers of social masks and unconscious survival strategies. Most people fear this space and try to run back to what's familiar. But the truth is, the void is where your real power lives. In that space of nothingness, there is a spiritual intelligence at work, one that strips away illusions so the soul can finally speak. You might not hear it clearly at first because you've spent years ignoring its voice, numbing it with success, distractions, relationships, and the next big goal. But the soul is patient. It waits in the silence. It waits until you're finally still enough to listen. There's a woman I know who built her whole life around being a powerful executive. She wore her job title like armor. Her calendar was full. Her income was enviable, and her self-worth was tied to how much she could produce. Then, without warning, her position was eliminated in a corporate merger. She told me it felt like she died because everything she thought she was suddenly disappeared. She spiraled. For months, she was numb. No ambition. No idea what to do next. But then something shifted. Not dramatically, but quietly. She began tending a garden. She didn't know why, it just gave her peace. She walked without music. She wrote in her journal, not to achieve clarity, but just to be honest. And from that silence, a new voice emerged. One that was softer, wiser, and strangely familiar. Her soul had always been there, waiting. Today, she runs a nonprofit that teaches mental wellness through gardening. She told me, "I thought I lost my life, but now I see I've just come home to it." Carl Jung believed that the purpose of life wasn't perfection. It was individuation. Not becoming who the world wants you to be, but who your soul was always meant to become. And sometimes, the only way to get there is through the painful, sacred destruction of what no longer serves. Ego death isn't a detour, it's the path. It teaches you that real motivation isn't force, it's alignment. You don't need to chase purpose when your soul becomes the source of it. So if you're lost, stuck, or numb, don't panic. You're not broken. You're becoming. This emptiness isn't a void. It's a womb. It's where the real you starts to take root. And if you can sit in it without running, something extraordinary happens. Your motivation returns, not as noise, but as knowing. You stop trying to prove your worth, and you start living from it. You no longer ask, "What should I do?" But instead, "What is ready to move through me?" That's the shift from ego to soul. And once you taste it, there's no going back. 3. The post-ego death void feels like a loss of drive. After an ego death, what you're feeling isn't a lack of ambition. It's a spiritual detox. You're not broken or lazy. You're simply no longer willing to run on false fuel. The identity you used to fight so hard to maintain has collapsed. And with it, all the shallow motivations that once lit your fire have burned out. What you're experiencing is not failure. It's recalibration. Carl Jung once said, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do." And now, in this silence, you're being asked to act not from your wounds, but from your soul. The external goals that used to energize you, titles, recognition, even survival instincts, suddenly feel irrelevant because they were never aligned with your spiritual truth. And that can leave you feeling lost, as if the map has been erased and no new path has appeared. But the truth is, this stillness is the path. This quiet space is not empty. It's sacred. It's the birthplace of soul-based action, where you're no longer chasing something to become someone, but allowing your spirit to move you into what already belongs to you. The mind panics in this phase because it's addicted to noise, structure, control, but the soul, it waits patiently for the noise to settle so it can finally speak. This is why so many people feel a deep fatigue after awakening, not because they lack energy, but because their energy can no longer be used for anything inauthentic. You can't unsee what you've seen, and you can't force yourself back into the matrix of ego-driven hustle once you've touched the truth. You may look around and feel like you've fallen behind, while others keep climbing ladders you've already seen lead nowhere. But this is where you must trust your spiritual instincts over societal programming. Real motivation now comes from something quieter, but infinitely stronger. It comes from alignment. You begin to crave peace more than praise, impact more than attention, and purpose more than power. Slowly, you'll find your energy returning, not to do more, but to do what matters. You'll be drawn to things that nourish you deeply. Honest conversations, meaningful creativity, nature, healing, service, stillness. And these things might not look productive to the outside world, but they are profoundly regenerative to your soul. This phase isn't about rebuilding a shinier version of your old self. It's about becoming who you were before the world told you who to be. And that process is deeply spiritual. It requires patience, courage, and compassion toward yourself as you release the drive to perform and rediscover the joy of simply being. You're not here to impress the world. You're here to embody your truth. So let yourself rest without guilt, dream without limits, and act only from the energy of love, not fear. Because when your soul leads, you don't need motivation. You move naturally, with grace, with clarity, and with a quiet power that cannot be shaken. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss more soul-shifting insights like this. If you're ready to step out of the void and take action from your higher self, type in the comments, "I choose soul-based motivation." 4. True motivation after ego death comes from the soul. True motivation doesn't erupt from noise, pressure, or public applause. It rises slowly from the soul, in the quiet spaces where your ego no longer dictates your worth. After ego death, when your old identity is crumbled and the roles you once played no longer make sense, you're not meant to rush into new goals or force direction from the mind. Instead, this hollow silence invites you to feel, to listen deeply to what is real within you. The soul speaks not in commands, but in resonance in the subtle pull of intuition, the magnetic charge of synchronicity, and the quiet inner voice that asks you to stop performing and start honoring your truth. Carl Jung said, "Your visions will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." This is the awakening the soul waits for. Real motivation comes not from fixing yourself, but from surrendering to what has always been inside you, unmasked, unfiltered, unseen. When you stop resisting how you feel, when you allow sadness, confusion, or emptiness to breathe, your repressed emotions begin to reveal their hidden wisdom. That is your shadow, not something to fear or fight, but something to understand, because within it lies your authentic energy and creativity. The shadow carries all the forgotten pieces of your truth, and only by integrating it can you reclaim the motivation that doesn't burn out or vanish when no one's watching. There's a man who once lost everything: his job, his status, his self-image. At first, he collapsed into despair, but as he sat in the stillness, no longer chasing or pretending, he began to write, walk, and follow quiet nudges from his inner world. Life began to speak to him again, not through big wins, but through meaningful connections, spontaneous clarity, and a new sense of peace. This was not ego-driven productivity. It was soul-led alignment. Motivation returned, not as a rush to prove something, but as a calm urge to live honestly. That is what happens when the soul leads. It doesn't demand perfection. It demands presence. When you stop trying to become someone and start being who you are without defense, everything changes. The emptiness you fear is not a void. It is sacred space, ready to be filled with what's real. And in that space, a new kind of energy is born. Not the kind that needs to be fueled by hustle or fear, but the kind that sustains you because it is rooted in truth. Your soul knows the way forward, not in steps or strategies, but in feelings, symbols, and the wisdom of your own being. When you follow that, you don't need motivation. You become it. 5. Resistance to feeling is the real drain. You've been told to hustle harder, to shake off the tiredness and get back on track. But the truth, as Carl Jung so wisely understood, is that the real energy drain isn't your workload or a lack of ambition. It's the war you're silently waging against your own emotions. What exhausts you isn't what you're doing, it's what you're suppressing. Shame, confusion, sadness. These aren't weaknesses to be overcome. They're signals trying to guide you back to your soul. But instead of listening, you tighten your jaw, push through the pain, smile when you want to scream, and wonder why you feel so empty. Resistance doesn't give you strength. It steals your life force. And the moment you stop resisting and finally allow yourself to feel truly, deeply, without trying to fix or justify, it's like a door quietly opens within you, and behind it is something more powerful than ambition. Healing. Feeling is healing, and what you've been calling laziness or burnout may just be your soul's cry for stillness, for a sacred pause that the ego fears, but your spirit desperately needs. You see it in everyday life. The man who works non-stop after a divorce, the woman who starts a new project every month but can't find peace, the spiritual seeker who reads 100 books yet still feels lost. They're not broken, they're avoiding the fall. But the fall is necessary. Ego death isn't just a spiritual metaphor. It's what happens when your old identity crumbles and you're left staring at a blank slate. At first, it feels liberating, but then comes the silence, the in-between space where there's no role to perform, no mask to wear. That's where most people panic. They try to resurrect the old self by forcing motivation, setting goals, or faking confidence. But Carl Jung taught that what you run from becomes your prison. If you truly want to move forward, you must stop escaping the emptiness and begin to befriend it. Sit with the sadness. Welcome the confusion. Let the fatigue wash over you without labeling it as weakness, because beneath those emotions is your soul, patiently waiting for you to stop pretending and start listening. The truth is, real motivation doesn't come from pressure. It comes from presence. It returns when you stop trying to be who you were and start allowing yourself to be who you are becoming. This isn't about giving up. It's about surrendering to a deeper intelligence within you, one that doesn't operate on external rewards, but on internal truth. That void you feel isn't a dead end, it's a womb. Something new is forming, and just like winter precedes spring, your stillness is preparing you for a rebirth. So the next time you feel like you've lost your fire, ask yourself if maybe you've just stopped resisting long enough to finally feel what needs to be felt. And in that quiet, something sacred begins to stir. Not motivation rooted in fear or approval, but the kind of soul-driven momentum that flows naturally once you're aligned with your inner truth. Let your feelings be the bridge back to yourself. Let them teach you, guide you, soften you. When you stop seeing them as the enemy, you'll find they were always the doorway to your freedom. If this message touched something deep within you, leave a comment of truth. I allow myself to feel fully. I trust that healing comes through surrender. 6. Creativity is born in paradox. Creativity is born in paradox, not perfection. In the spiritual aftermath of ego death, when the identity you once clung to dissolves and leaves behind a deafening silence, you're not broken. You're being reassembled by something deeper. The emptiness you feel isn't a void to fear, but a space pregnant with potential, waiting for your soul to speak without the interference of the ego's demands. Instead of escaping the discomfort, you are being invited to alchemize it, to turn emotional rawness into something beautiful through writing, painting, movement, or even stillness. Laziness, when understood through the lens of spiritual exhaustion, becomes a quiet rebellion against the productivity myth and a signal that your inner world is rebuilding itself. Fear, once paralyzing, now becomes the very arena where courage is forged. Sadness isn't your enemy. It's the sacred softness that makes your soul porous enough to feel life again. Carl Jung said, "Only the paradox comes anywhere near to comprehending the fullness of life." And now you're living that paradox, falling apart and coming alive at the same time. Children do this naturally. They express without censorship. A child who's hurt cries. A child who feels joy dances. But adults, we suppress, we filter, we pretend. And in doing so, we choke the voice of the soul. The soul thrives not on perfection, but on expression. And the more honest that expression is, the more powerful its transformation. This is not the time to strive, force, or rebuild the ego just to feel productive again. This is the time to let silence reorganize you, to let the unknown shape you. Don't run from the void, stand in it. Let it echo until something stirs within you, something you didn't script or plan. but something that feels like truth. Your next chapter won't be born from your old self's ambitions, but from your willingness to be empty long enough to hear your soul's quiet whisper. If you feel numb, it's because your system is recalibrating. If you feel lost, it's because the map you used no longer applies. And maybe that's the real miracle, because now you get to draw a new one. One that isn't about becoming someone impressive, but someone real. One that isn't fueled by ego, but by the sacred fire of spiritual authenticity. So write when it hurts. Create when you're confused. Sit in silence when nothing makes sense. This is how the soul learns to speak again, not through noise or external achievement, but through honoring the spiritual invitation hidden in discomfort. The ego's death is not your end. It's the beginning of the only motivation that truly matters, the one that rises from your soul, not your image. 7. Jung's self is the totality of who you are. Most people don't realize that after ego death, what you're experiencing isn't a lack of motivation. It's a complete shift in the source of it. The old version of you, driven by approval, success, or competition, no longer exists, and the soul refuses to be fueled by fear-based incentives. What you're feeling now isn't laziness, it's a spiritual reset. Carl Jung called this deeper dimension of you the self, which includes your conscious identity, your hidden shadow, your unhealed wounds, your divine potential, and everything your soul came here to embody. The self does not speak in logic or linear thought. It communicates through symbols, emotions, dreams, inner impulses, synchronicities, and a deep sense of knowing that cannot be explained. When your ego dies, your soul begins to speak, but at first, you don't understand its language. And that's why everything feels numb, confusing, or void-like. You're not broken, you're being recalibrated. Motivation no longer comes from chasing results. It comes from alignment when your actions resonate with your inner truth. That's why something as simple as painting, walking in nature, or writing a sentence that feels raw and real can suddenly give you more energy than an entire career ever did. The soul doesn't want you to hustle. It wants you to harmonize. It doesn't want you to perform. It wants you to embody. The real you is not meant to fight for significance. The real you is meant to radiate significance just by being fully yourself. This is why so many people who go through ego death find themselves uninterested in their former goals. They weren't soul goals, they were survival goals. And now, your soul is asking new questions. What feels alive? What brings peace? What calls to me, even when no one's watching? Jung said, "Your visions will become clear only when you can look into your own heart." This is not just about hearing your soul, it's about obeying it. Trust the silence, because in that silence is your blueprint. In that pause is where true vision forms. And from that vision, real motivation will rise, not to prove, not to earn, not to fix, but to live fully, truthfully, and spiritually aligned. If this message resonates with your soul, say it with faith. I trust the voice within me. I am aligned with my true self, and it is guiding me forward. 8. Rebuilding after ego death requires integration, not rejection of ego. After ego death, the silence that follows is not peace, it's disorientation. You wake up and realize that everything you once chased, titles, praise, approval, no longer fuels you. The drive is gone, but not because you're lazy or broken. It's because the why behind your actions was never yours to begin with. Carl Jung never saw the ego as something evil. He saw it as a necessary structure, but one that must serve the self, the deepest, most authentic part of you, not dominate it. That's the part most people miss. They think ego death means erasing the ego completely. But the truth is, the ego isn't meant to disappear. It's meant to transform. In our modern world, we're conditioned to build our lives around survival. Earn more, do more, prove more. But that kind of motivation is brittle. When the persona you constructed collapses, there's a terrifying freedom. You have no idea who you are without your hustle, without your image. But this is also the sacred doorway, because now you can begin to create from your soul, not from fear. You begin to rebuild, not with desperation, but with honesty. You choose work that feels meaningful, not just profitable. You structure your life around truth, not validation. You move from performance to presence. Take someone like Mia. On the surface, she had it all. A high-paying corporate job, a polished life, a busy calendar. But behind closed doors, she was unraveling panic attacks, exhaustion, a creeping numbness she couldn't shake. Then came the collapse. A health scare forced her to stop. For weeks, she couldn't move, couldn't plan, couldn't even pretend to care about the job she once lived for. But in that stillness, she didn't lose herself. She met her real self. She didn't destroy her ego. She rewired it. She used her same strength strategy, leadership, communication, but this time to build something that mattered. A consultancy that helped holistic wellness startups grow. Her soul finally had a seat at the table. And this is the turning point for anyone walking through ego death. You don't have to abandon who you were. You simply have to realign it. Your ego must become the servant, not the master. When it does, you stop living from pressure and start living from presence. You stop chasing and start listening. Carl Jung taught that integration is the path, not rejection. You don't silence your ambition, you purify it. You don't erase your identity, you let it evolve. When your soul begins to lead and your ego learns to follow, a quiet, steady motivation returns. It's not frantic, it's not addictive, it's grounded, it sustains you. The lesson here is simple. Your ego was never the problem. It was your relationship to it. Retrain it. Refocus it. Let it serve the life your spirit actually came here to live. And in that space, you won't just find motivation, you'll find meaning. 9. Spiritual growth doesn't mean bypassing life. Spiritual growth doesn't mean escaping reality or abandoning daily obligations. You still have responsibilities, people who count on you, and a life to tend to. But now, you approach it all from a different frequency, one that's rooted in soul instead of ego. After an ego death, it may feel like the drive that once pushed you is suddenly gone. You're not chasing validation. You're not hustling to outrun your own insecurities. And the familiar fuel of fear and pressure no longer lights your fire. That emptiness can feel disorienting, even terrifying, because it's not just the end of your old motivations, it's the collapse of a false identity. But in truth, it's the beginning of something far more powerful, a spiritual awakening that invites you to act from alignment rather than ambition. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that becoming begins when you stop performing and start listening to the quiet, unshakable wisdom within. You no longer ask, "What do I need to do to be enough?" But instead, "What is my soul asking of me today?" That question changes everything. Your actions shift from proving to expressing, from chasing to channeling, from pressure to presence. There's no longer a desperate need to control outcomes or curate appearances. Instead, your motivation arises naturally from the desire to serve, to contribute, to create beauty and meaning, not because you have to, but because it's who you are. Like the man who spent decades climbing the corporate ladder only to feel hollow at the top, it often takes a profound loss or inner collapse to awaken this truth. When his ego shattered after the death of a loved one, he wandered for months in a fog, stripped of the identity that once defined him. But from that spiritual silence, a new impulse emerged, not to accumulate, but to give. He started offering financial education to disadvantaged youth, not for recognition, but because it felt real, true, and deeply aligned. That's what post-ego motivation looks like. It's quiet, steady, and comes from the soul. You're no longer moved by applause, but by authenticity. Jung reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. But now you see clearly. You're not driven by unconscious wounds. You're guided by conscious presence. Every action becomes sacred, not because it's grand, but because it's genuine. You begin to move through the world not as someone trying to be more, but as someone remembering who they were all along. Your energy becomes intentional. Your work becomes art. Your presence becomes your purpose. That is spiritual motivation, not performance, but presence. Not urgency, but alignment. Not noise, but the quiet courage to answer the soul's call. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on how to live grounded and aligned, where your daily life becomes an authentic expression of your inner growth, not an escape from it. 10. Wholeness is the goal. They say you don't find your soul in comfort. You uncover it in the quiet ruins of who you thought you were. When the ego collapses, when the masks fall away, and the roles we clung to dissolve into silence, what's left behind is not a void, it's a sacred beginning. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that process, as beautiful as it is, often begins in the most disorienting of places. Sadness that weighs you down like fog. Laziness that robs you of motivation. Confusion that scrambles everything you once thought made sense. But these aren't signs that you're broken. They're not obstacles. They're messengers from your inner world, bearing the wisdom your soul has been whispering for years. This is where real spiritual growth begins, not by fixing yourself, but by finally listening. Your sadness may be showing you the depth of what you've neglected emotionally. Your inertia may be protecting you from running back into the arms of false ambition. Your confusion may be urging you to stop searching for external meaning and finally meet yourself where you are. These aren't symptoms of failure. They are signals of becoming. That ego death you endured, whether through loss, awakening, heartbreak, or spiritual crisis, did not destroy you. It dismantled the illusion, the roles, the identity, the old motivations. They were masks. And now that they're gone, your soul has space to rise. This new version of you doesn't emerge with fireworks and applause. It comes like a whisper, a subtle pull toward what feels real, simple, and sincere. Wholeness, not perfection, is the goal now. And wholeness requires you to embrace every part of you, especially the ones you once judged or feared. The soul is not in a hurry. It speaks in rhythms, not deadlines. It leads you inward before it calls you forward. So instead of fighting your fatigue, ask what it's trying to teach. Instead of shaming your sadness, sit with it and ask what truth it's been carrying. Real motivation doesn't come from pressure. It comes from alignment. It comes when the soul feels safe enough to speak again. It comes when you stop asking, "What should I do?" and begin asking, "What wants to move through me?" As Jung reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. This moment of emptiness is not your end. It is your opening. Let it be soft. Let it be honest. Let it be spiritual. Because what you're searching for now isn't a goal. It's a relationship with your own soul. And that, above all else, is worth waiting for. If this message helped you see your emotions not as blocks, but as guides toward your true self, comment below. I trust my inner signals. Your journey to wholeness matters. Like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss another step on this path of deep spiritual wisdom. And as you continue walking this path, after ego death stripped of illusions, yet closer to your truth, remember this. Motivation doesn't come from chasing your old self, but from honoring the soul you're becoming. You are not broken. You are being reborn with deeper awareness and greater purpose. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Tap the notification bell so you never miss our next journey into the mind, the soul, and the power within. Your transformation is just beginning. Why spiritually awakened people are untouchable. He who looks outside dreams. He who looks inside awakens. Carl Jung. This timeless truth lies at the heart of today's message. On Spiritual Wisdom, we're diving into why spiritually awakened people become untouchable, not because they avoid life's chaos, but because they've learned to master their inner world. As you watch, reflect on your own spiritual journey. What makes you resilient? What inner strength keeps you grounded? Share your thoughts in the comments. We'd love to hear how you're applying these insights in your daily life to grow and thrive. 1. True power is inner stillness amid chaos. Spiritually awakened people are not immune to life's storms. They've simply learned how to weather them without being internally destroyed. While others react, spiral, or collapse, the awakened stand like ancient mountains. The winds of judgment may howl, rejection may strike like lightning, and chaos may swirl in every direction, yet their soul remains unmoved. This strength is not born of ignorance or denial, but of deep, conscious presence. It is the result of doing the inner work, confronting trauma, peeling back illusions, integrating the shadow, and stepping fully into their spiritual identity. They are not numb. They are awake. They do not escape pain. They have befriended it. Because of this, the storm passes through them, but it never defines them. Carl Jung understood this rare power when he said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakens." The spiritually untouchable have stopped outsourcing their stability to things they cannot control. Their power no longer hinges on the approval of others, the predictability of life, or the outcomes they once obsessed over. They have taken back the reins from their ego and handed them to their soul. And once the soul leads, chaos loses its grip. These people are not reactionary. They are intentional. They no longer beg for peace from the outside world because they've built an entire sanctuary within. Their silence isn't emptiness, it's mastery. Their stillness isn't weakness, it's clarity. And their calm in the middle of chaos isn't luck. It's a spiritual frequency they chose to embody through fire. They have faced betrayal and chosen healing over revenge. They have encountered loss and chosen surrender over bitterness. They have walked through loneliness and transformed it into solitude. Their strength is invisible to those who only understand dominance, noise, and power games. But those with eyes to see will feel the difference. You cannot manipulate a soul that knows its worth. You cannot destabilize someone who has faced the abyss and chosen to rise. You cannot control someone who has nothing to prove and no desire to perform. The spiritually untouchable are not hard, they are whole. And wholeness doesn't shatter, it expands. This level of being is not reserved for a chosen few. It is available to anyone willing to go deep enough, anyone willing to stop running and start listening to their wounds, their intuition, their soul. Because the truth is, stillness is not the absence of movement. It's the presence of rootedness. It's the fierce clarity that remains even as everything else changes. And in that stillness, in that quiet power, the world may rage, but it can never reach the core. Have you ever faced chaos and remained completely still inside? If yes, share your experience in the comments below. Your story might inspire someone else. If not, simply comment, "I will find my stillness," and let's walk this path of inner power together. 2. Power lies in awareness, not external control. Carl Jung taught that the outer world only has power over you because you surrender your awareness to it. When you stop giving your attention, your peace, your self-worth to external noise, you take back something far more powerful than control. You reclaim sovereignty over your soul. The spiritually awakened don't seek dominance over others. They seek freedom from the need to be validated, understood, or accepted. They don't waste energy chasing applause or avoiding criticism. They've outgrown the illusion that their value depends on external opinion. Instead, they master the only thing that truly belongs to them, their inner world. And that's why they are untouchable. They can walk into chaos and remain centered. They can be lied about, rejected, or misunderstood and still move with grace, because their worth isn't on trial anymore. I knew a man who lost his job, his marriage, and his health in the span of 1 year. Everything that once defined him vanished. But instead of collapsing, he turned inward. He started journaling. He began reading Carl Jung, meditating every morning, questioning every identity he used to cling to. And over time, something shifted. He stopped seeing himself as a victim of life and started seeing himself as a participant in a sacred process. He realized that every loss had stripped away something false, something that wasn't truly his. When he finally returned to the world, he didn't come back desperate to prove himself. He walked differently, spoke slower, didn't need to be liked. There was a calm authority about him that made people pause. He became a mirror for others, reflecting not what they wanted to see, but what they needed to face. That's the essence of spiritual awakening. You stop living to be accepted, and you start living from a place of truth. Carl Jung believe that transformation isn't about becoming something new, but remembering what you've always been. You don't need to fight the world when you're no longer at war with yourself. And that's where real power lives, not in controlling others, but in mastering your own reactions, your thoughts, your focus. When you learn to stay rooted even when storms come, when you refuse to let others decide how you feel about yourself, you become immune to manipulation. You stop being a puppet on emotional strings. This doesn't mean you're cold or disconnected. In fact, it's the opposite. You become deeply present, fully alive, and compassionately aware. But nothing owns you anymore. Your soul belongs to you again. And that quiet, unwavering clarity is what makes the awakened so rare, so powerful, and so deeply untouchable. Did this message resonate with you? If so, comment, "I reclaim my power below," to affirm your awareness, and let's keep growing together on this inner journey. 3. The shadow holds the key to liberation. Carl Jung taught that what you resist not only persists, but will grow in size. And nowhere is this more true than with the shadow of the hidden self that lives beneath your surface, carrying your unspoken fears, suppressed rage, forgotten wounds, and repressed desires. The shadow is not your enemy, it's your mirror. Most people live their lives in fear of what they might find if they look too deeply into themselves. They numb, they distract, they blame others, because facing their own pain feels unbearable. But spiritually awakened people take a different path. They stop running, they turn inward, they sit with the discomfort. They recognize that true spiritual growth does not come from pretending to be good, but from integrating what is broken, unwanted, and unloved within. And in that integration, they find a power that cannot be shaken. You don't need to be perfect to be free. You need to be whole. And wholeness only comes when you embrace the parts of yourself that you were once taught to hide. When you bring your shadow into the light, something extraordinary happens. The pain you feared becomes your teacher. The anger you buried becomes your boundary. The fear you silenced becomes your intuition. What once seemed like weakness transforms into strength because it is no longer controlling you from the dark. Spiritually awakened people become untouchable, not because they are emotionally numb, but because they are emotionally sovereign. They have walked through their inner hell and returned wiser, calmer, and more grounded. They no longer react impulsively when triggered, because they understand the root of those triggers. They don't project their wounds onto others, because they've already met those wounds with compassion. When someone tries to manipulate them using guilt or shame, it doesn't work, because they've reclaimed those parts of themselves and no longer hand over their power. In modern life, this transformation might look like choosing silence over drama, understanding over judgment, or presence over performance. Imagine someone tries to insult you, push your buttons, make you doubt yourself, but you've already faced that critical voice within and dismantled it. Their words slide off like water. That is the mark of someone who has integrated their shadow. They are no longer fighting their own reflection, and so no external enemy can win. As Jung famously said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." The spiritually awakened stop calling it fate, they start calling it choice. And this choice is made every day. To pause instead of lash out, to reflect instead of react, to heal instead of blame. Shadow work is not a one-time event. It is a lifelong devotion to truth, a commitment to peeling back the layers of illusion until all that remains is the raw, radiant soul. Spiritual liberation is not about detachment from the world. It's about connection to yourself. When you no longer fear your shadow, you begin to live without masks. You stop seeking external validation because your worth is no longer conditional. You walk into rooms not needing to prove anything because your energy already speaks for you. That energy, the one shaped by truth, grounded in self-knowledge and rooted in spiritual awareness, is what makes you untouchable. It's not arrogance, it's alignment. And the more you align, the more others feel it. They can't define you, label you, or confine you because you've already done the sacred work of defining yourself. This is the power of shadow integration. It doesn't just change how you see yourself, it changes how the world sees you. 4. Becoming whole makes you untouchable. When you embrace both your light and your shadow, you stop being at war with yourself, and that inner peace makes you immune to the chaos of the world. True spiritual awakening is not about escaping the darkness, but integrating it, learning from it, and allowing it to deepen your soul. You become whole not by denying your pain, but by facing it with courage and compassion. Carl Jung taught us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. That's not just a quote, it's a revelation. Because until you sit with your wounds, they will control you. But when you heal them, when you transform unconscious patterns into conscious awareness, you reclaim your power. You no longer respond out of fear, trauma, or the need for validation. You act from alignment, from soul clarity, from a space that cannot be manipulated. And that's what makes you untouchable, not because you avoid conflict, but because conflict no longer decides who you are. The world loses its grip on you the moment you stop needing it to understand you. You no longer shrink to fit into places that dishonor your spirit. You stop over-explaining your truth to those committed to misunderstanding it. People may still project their wounds onto you, but you won't absorb them. Their judgments become background noise to your inner knowing. You hold space for them without losing yourself in their storm. That's real power, the kind of power that doesn't dominate, but simply refuses to be shaken. When your soul becomes your home, external approval becomes irrelevant. You walk into rooms differently. You speak less, but your presence says everything. You stop reacting to the world, and instead, you begin shaping it with your energy, your boundaries, and your vision. You become a lighthouse not by force, but by radiating light from the depth of your being. And those who haven't yet met their own darkness will feel unsettled by your calm, because your stillness reflects the inner noise they haven't yet faced. But that's not your burden to carry. Your path is sacred. It's the path of individuation, the spiritual journey of becoming a whole soul. Not perfect, but present. Not always understood, but deeply rooted. This is the transformation Jung pointed to, the evolution from a fragmented self into a unified one. And once you become whole, no storm, no rejection, no betrayal can dismantle you, because you no longer depend on the external to confirm the internal. Your value is not up for negotiation. Your peace is not available for purchase. You've met the darkest parts of yourself and chosen to love them back into the light. That's why nothing can control you anymore. Not people, not fear, not even your past. You become the observer, not the prisoner. You become the alchemist, not the victim. You move through the world grounded, knowing your soul is your compass, and as long as you follow it, you remain untouchable. If you found these insights meaningful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your reflections in the comments below. Let's keep uncovering the power that comes from embracing your whole self. 5. 3 practical steps to build inner strength. Carl Jung once said that wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration, by seeing, holding, and transforming all that you are. That's exactly what spiritual strength is, not the absence of pain, but the presence of awareness. The first step in cultivating this strength is to become the observer. Instead of reacting blindly when life throws you into emotional chaos, pause, breathe deeply. Ask yourself, what within me is being touched? This moment of stillness is sacred. It's where your soul speaks louder than your wounds. Visualization can help. Imagine a clear space within your mind where you are untouched by judgment or fear. This isn't about escaping your feelings, but witnessing them without drowning. The chaos around you can only consume you if it finds chaos within you. When you create this internal space, even the loudest storms lose their power over you. Observation turns you from a victim of emotion into a conscious participant in your own evolution. But observation must lead to rootedness. This is where the second step comes in, strengthening your inner core. In a world that constantly tells you who to be, the most powerful act is to define yourself. Write down what you believe in, what you value, what you stand for no matter what. This personal manifesto becomes your spiritual anchor. When others project their fears or judgments onto you, you no longer bend or shrink. You remain centered because you are aligned with your truth. Carl Jung emphasized individuation, the process of becoming uniquely and fully yourself, as the highest task of the soul. Without it, we live in fragments, forever seeking validation. With it, we walk in silent power. Your identity isn't found in roles or titles, but in the quiet knowing of your worth. Just as a tree is not weakened by the storm when its roots go deep, you too become unshakable when rooted in authenticity. And yet, even the most grounded soul must face pain. The third step is the alchemical work of transforming negative energy. Every emotion, no matter how painful, contains sacred data. When you are hurt, journal the experience, not just the event, but the feelings, the reactions, the stories it triggered. Ask yourself, what is the wisdom here? Instead of labeling anger or grief as weakness, treat them as messages from the soul asking to be heard. Carl Jung taught that the path to light leads through the shadow, not around it. Enlightenment isn't about pretending you're above emotion, it's about integrating it consciously. When you learn to reframe your pain as an invitation to grow, you no longer run from it, you use it. And this daily practice of emotional transmutation becomes your spiritual discipline. You're no longer reacting, you're remembering who you are beneath every trigger, beneath every wound. In truth, spiritual strength is a quiet force. It doesn't shout. It doesn't need to prove. It observes. It anchors. It transforms. It allows you to walk through a world of chaos untouched, not because you've escaped pain, but because you've made peace with it. This is the essence of becoming untouchable, not by armor, but by soul. As you take these 3 practical steps to build inner strength, remember every moment of self-awareness is a step toward emotional mastery. If you're ready to rise above reaction and anchor into your true power, comment below. I'm building my strength from within. Your presence here shows your commitment to growth. Let's continue walking this path together. 6. Jung's hidden philosophy, psychological freedom. Carl Jung's hidden philosophy reveals a spiritual truth that is both radical and liberating. Real psychological freedom doesn't come from controlling the world outside. It comes from aligning so deeply with your soul that the noise of the world no longer defines you. Spiritually awakened people are not immune because they're detached or indifferent, but because they've returned to the deepest parts of themselves, to their truth, and to a state of inner integration. Jung didn't teach escape, he taught wholeness. He believed that when we confront our shadows, our fears, our buried wounds, and integrate them rather than run from them, we reclaim the fragmented parts of the self that make us whole. That's the spiritual path, not one of perfection, but of authenticity. As Jung said, I'd rather be whole than good. Wholeness means you become untouchable, not because you don't feel, but because you no longer fall apart. The moment you begin to walk in alignment with your soul, your energy shifts. You are no longer controlled by opinions, by rejection, by praise, or by expectation. You respond rather than react. You listen without needing to defend. You observe without absorbing every emotion around you. And this is what makes spiritually awakened people so powerful. They operate from a center within, not from chaos without. In a world addicted to attention and validation, their quiet confidence unsettles others. While most people chase approval to feel worthy, they've already found their worth in their own spiritual essence. This makes them resistant to manipulation, immune to gaslighting, and sovereign in how they protect their peace. The storms may still come, but the storm no longer lives inside them. You see it in their eyes, calm, clear, unbothered. You hear it in their voice, measured, grounded, free of the need to convince. Their aura feels like still water, undisturbed by external splashes. And it's not because life has been easy, but because they've done the inner work to face the fires and rise from the ashes. When the world tried to tell them who they should be, they chose to remember who they really are. That remembering, that sacred return, makes them untouchable, not in ego, but in soul. It's not arrogance, it's alignment. It's not resistance, it's transcendence. And when you get to that place, you don't just survive chaos, you become the calm in the middle of it. You feel heartbreak, but don't lose your identity. You face betrayal and choose grace instead of revenge. You lose people and gain deeper clarity. You stop begging the world to understand you because you finally understood yourself. That's the unseen power Jung pointed to. When you are no longer fragmented inside, the world outside cannot fracture you. You are whole. You are awake. You are spiritual. And that makes you untouchable. 7. Final message. You are the mountain. You were never meant to be the storm. You were always the mountain. And those who awaken spiritually come to embody that truth, not through resistance, but through radical inner stillness. The soul does not roar to prove its power. It stands, silent and unbothered, while the world howls around it. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And that awakening isn't loud, it's profound. It's the quiet mastery of energy, of reaction, of presence. A spiritually awakened person does not react from wounds. They respond from awareness. They've trained their soul to become the observer, not the reactor. Life will still shake, storms will still come, and people will still misunderstand them. But their peace is no longer negotiable. Because their center no longer depends on what happens around them, it flows from what lives within. The awakened do not seek control over others, they seek mastery over self. They no longer exhaust their soul trying to fix chaos. Instead, they rise above it by not participating in it. They understand that protecting their peace doesn't require explanation. They are no longer offended by projections, accusations, or silence. Their energy no longer leaks into battles that don't feed their soul. They have remembered that every storm is temporary, but their presence is eternal. That's why nothing outside can truly touch them. They don't build walls. They build energetic boundaries that are so clear, so firm, so rooted, that anything not aligned simply fades away. Their soul doesn't armor up with pride. It glows with discernment. There is no need to convince, defend, or chase. What is meant for them flows effortlessly. What is not simply dissolves. In every moment, they choose stillness over reaction, intention over impulse, grace over chaos. They've stopped explaining their path to people who don't understand the language of the soul. Their life becomes a silent revolution, not of noise, but of depth. And that depth terrifies the shallow. That clarity confuses the chaotic. Their stillness feels like a threat to those addicted to drama, but they do not shrink to make others comfortable. They no longer apologize for their healing. They no longer dim their soul just to belong, because they've realized peace is not passive. It's the result of 1,000 inner battles no one ever saw. And that peace is what makes them untouchable. Not because they are disconnected from the world, but because they are finally connected to themselves. The world will keep spinning, storms will still rise, but they, like the mountain, will remain, rooted in presence, aligned with soul, unmoved by noise. And that is their quiet power. To honor your inner stillness and strength, declare your truth. Comment below, "I am the mountain," to affirm your unshakable spirit and inspire others to rise in their own power. If this message speaks to you, like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs this reminder today. And so, as you begin to embody the calm within the storm, remember this: true spiritual awakening isn't about escaping the world. It's about becoming untouchable within it. Carl Jung taught us that when we integrate the shadow and align with our inner truth, no external force can destabilize us. You are no longer reacting. You are responding with clarity, depth, and purpose. The storm may rage, but you remain unshaken. If this message resonated with your soul, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on notifications so you never miss the deep truths and powerful insights we share in upcoming videos. Until next time, walk in peace and remain grounded in your spiritual power. You've outgrown their chaos. Here's why you feel absolutely nothing now. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. If you've ever wondered why the chaos that once consumed you now feels like a distant echo, this video may hold the answer your soul has been waiting for. Growth isn't always loud. It's often quiet, detached, and rooted in deep inner peace. On Spiritual Wisdom, we explore how emotional neutrality isn't numbness. It's a powerful sign that you've evolved beyond old patterns and reclaimed your energy. What have you recently outgrown that once triggered you? Drop it in the comments, and let's start a conversation about self-mastery, transformation, and the profound wisdom that comes when we no longer react to what once broke us. 1. Emotional neutrality isn't numbness, it's evolution. You no longer react to their chaos, not because you don't care, but because your soul no longer vibrates at that frequency. What used to send waves through your heart now barely stirs the surface of your awareness. This isn't numbness, it's clarity born from deep healing. You've evolved beyond the emotional games that once hooked you. The drama, the manipulation, the baiting, it all used to work because it touched a wound, triggered a pattern, or fed a false identity. But not anymore. Now, when they throw chaos your way, it passes through you like static, meaningless and weightless, because you finally understand it was never about you. This is the quiet power of a soul that has returned to itself, that no longer bends just to be understood or sacrifices peace to maintain connection. Carl Jung taught that individuation, the path to psychological and spiritual wholeness, is not a journey of becoming someone new, but of remembering who you were before the world told you who to be. And on this path, you begin to see clearly. Not every storm is yours to calm. Not every wound is yours to carry. And not every person deserves access to your nervous system. Detachment doesn't mean coldness. It means your soul has reached a level of awareness where drama no longer entertains you, chaos no longer confuses you, and manipulation no longer moves you. You've spent too many years in survival mode, decoding moods, managing emotions that weren't yours, and calling it love. But real love doesn't require you to abandon yourself. Now, you choose silence over conflict, distance over dysfunction, and inner peace over external validation. The people who once stirred your world now say you've changed, and they're right. You've grown tired of proving your worth, tired of trying to be understood by those committed to misunderstanding you. You're no longer trying to be the bigger person while shrinking yourself. You're no longer explaining your light to those who only feel safe in the dark. What they call cold is actually your soul protecting its warmth. What they call distant is your soul finally breathing without the weight of emotional responsibility for others. You've stopped showing up to battles that are no longer yours, and that silence, that stillness, that unbothered energy, it's not emptiness, it's power. This is the transformation they never saw coming. Not louder, not harsher, but still so still that nothing moves you unless your soul calls it worthy. Are you ready to rise above the noise and embrace emotional clarity? If this message speaks to your soul, comment below. I choose peace to affirm your growth and evolution. 2. Carl Jung's concept of individuation explains this shift. Carl Jung's concept of individuation teaches us that true healing begins the moment we stop identifying with who we were trained to be: rescuers, fixers, peacemakers, and begin reclaiming who we truly are underneath all the noise. You no longer feel the need to save anyone from their chaos, because you've realized that your soul was never meant to drown in someone else's storm. Emotional detachment, in this sense, isn't coldness, it's clarity. It means you've stopped reacting, not because you're numb, but because you've risen above the level of dysfunction where pain once disguised itself as connection. When someone's chaos no longer moves you, it doesn't mean you're heartless. It means your nervous system has healed. You've come home to yourself. This is the result of deep psychological work, the kind Jung emphasized: meeting your unconscious, confronting your shadow, and learning to integrate what you once feared. A woman I knew spent over 10 years entangled with a partner who weaponized silence, created emotional fires just to watch her put them out, and kept her dancing for a love she never truly received. But the day she chose not to fight back, not out of surrender, but out of self-respect, something shifted. She didn't need an apology or a dramatic exit. She just stopped showing up to the performance. That is emotional sovereignty. That is the wisdom of someone who no longer needs to explain their peace. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And once you finally see the pattern, you no longer chase the people who triggered it. You begin to protect your energy like it's sacred because it is. The chaos that once electrified your emotions now sounds like static from a station you no longer tune into. The guilt you once felt for setting boundaries turns into quiet confidence. You stop engaging not because you're passive, but because you're powerful. You no longer need closure, validation, or proof. The absence of reaction becomes your declaration of growth. You don't shrink, chase, or beg. You observe, decide, and move. The lesson here is simple. Peace doesn't always come with trumpets. Sometimes it arrives as silence in your chest where there used to be ache. And that silence is not emptiness, it's wholeness. 3. You stopped leaking energy into chaos that was never yours. You stopped leaking energy into chaos that was never yours. And with that quiet act of inner rebellion, something sacred shifted. You no longer pour your life force into proving yourself to people who were never truly listening. You stopped offering explanations as offerings to those who never valued the truth behind your words. You stopped fixing what was never your burden to mend. Stop chasing closure that was really just a doorway back into emotional disarray. What you've done is not withdrawal, it's spiritual preservation. Carl Jung said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls." But you turned inward. You faced your own soul, and in doing so, you realized not every storm is yours to weather. Not every conflict deserves your reaction, and not every person who touches your life is meant to stay. What once triggered you now barely stirs a ripple in your emotional waters. Not because you've become numb, but because you've finally learned emotional discernment. The chaos no longer feels like a challenge to fix. It feels like noise that your soul no longer tunes into. You now understand that every emotional reaction is an energetic transaction, and you've stopped writing emotional checks that cost you your peace. The constant defending, the impulse to clarify your heart to the wrong audience, the endless over-explaining It was never love. It was trauma in disguise. Now your silence is not passive. It's intentional. Your stillness is not avoidance. It's clarity. You are no longer operating from a need to be chosen by people who benefit from your confusion. You've made a quiet spiritual decision that your nervous system deserves peace, your energy deserves protection, and your soul deserves space to breathe. The spiritual growth you've achieved is not visible in loud declarations or emotional fireworks. It's written in the pause before the reaction, the breath you take before replying, the sacred space you hold instead of engaging in familiar dysfunction. What you feel now is the neutrality, the emotional detachment, the lack of urgency that is not emptiness. It is alignment. It is the natural consequence of inner healing. You've stopped equating emotional chaos with connection, stopped mistaking adrenaline for passion, and stopped believing that suffering is a necessary proof of loyalty. You no longer need to lose yourself to feel bonded to someone. You no longer interpret someone's silence as a call to perform for love. The people who once had the power to disturb your soul now pass through your field like distant echoes. Their storms no longer shake your roots. Their confusion no longer commands your attention. You've outgrown the games, the cycles, the emotional volatility that used to feel like home. You've realized that not everything broken needs your fixing. Not every goodbye needs a speech, and not every reaction needs to be your responsibility. Now, you move with a quiet kind of power, the kind that doesn't chase, doesn't convince, doesn't fight for peace in places where war is the only language. You walk away without burning bridges or needing applause. And in that walk, steady, clear, unapologetic, you carry your spiritual sovereignty, your soul intact, your peace untraded. This isn't numbness. This is the return to yourself. If you're ready to reclaim your energy and honor your sacred center, don't hesitate to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's affirm this new chapter of peace and power together. 4. Stillness is your power now, not a sign of distance. What they call coldness is actually clarity, and what they call silence is actually the most powerful expression of your soul reclaiming its sovereignty. You are not disconnected. You are just no longer performing emotional gymnastics for people who thrive on chaos and expect you to bleed empathy for their unresolved wounds. You've stopped bending your nervous system to soothe others who refuse to do the inner work. And in that shift, you've discovered a truth that doesn't need defending. Stillness is strength. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And now you see it clearly. Most people are unconsciously addicted to drama because it gives them an identity, something to resist, something to rage against. But you no longer need the storm to feel alive. The absence of reaction is not absence of emotion. It's the presence of mastery. You no longer flinch at the chaos that once shattered you because your soul no longer lives in the frequency of dysfunction. There is no bitterness in you now, just a grounded neutrality that feels like freedom. You're not playing the role of the savior anymore. You've stopped trying to translate your silence into language they can understand. You've realized that not everyone deserves access to your energy, and it's not your responsibility to keep showing up for those who weaponize your compassion or confuse your kindness with consent for emotional abuse. The people who once knew how to trigger you now find a version of you they cannot provoke, because that version of you dissolved when your soul decided it was done being emotionally available to dysfunction. What once pierced you now passes through you like wind through open space, not because you don't care, but because you care too deeply about your own peace. You've redefined connection. You now know that real intimacy feels like safety, not adrenaline. You no longer mistake unpredictability for passion or emotional turmoil for love. You crave softness, reciprocity, a space where your soul can rest without having to prove its worth. And in that craving, you've said no more. No more to apologizing for your boundaries. No more to over-explaining your silence. No more to shrinking your truth for the comfort of those who never chose growth. Your soul is not cold, it is refined. It has shed layers of conditioning that once kept you tethered to people who never saw your depth. You've become fluent in the language of energy, and now you know. If it disturbs your peace, it's not aligned. If you have to abandon yourself to be loved, it's not love. And if they only feel close to you when you're hurting, that's not intimacy. It's codependency disguised as care. You've stopped managing other people's emotional landscapes because you've realized the soul is not a battlefield for unresolved projections. What they see as you pulling away is actually you finally coming home to yourself. This stillness, this detachment, this deep inner calm, it's not the result of apathy, but the outcome of awakening. You're not ignoring them. You're choosing you. You're not above anyone. You're just done being beneath yourself. You're not numb. You're healed. And that's why, when they bring the same chaos they always have, you feel absolutely nothing now. Because you're no longer resonating at the same frequency. Your soul has evolved, and your silence is its testimony. 5. You're no longer available for unconscious projections. You're no longer available for unconscious projections, and that shift has quietly rewritten the rules of every relationship you once tolerated in silence. Where others used to manipulate you through guilt, neediness, or your deep-seated fear of abandonment, now their tactics fall flat like a broken signal trying to reach a disconnected line. The roles they once cast you in caretaker, peacekeeper, emotional dumping ground no longer fit, and your refusal to react the way they expect is a disruption to their entire system. What used to make you feel responsible now simply passes through you without attachment, and that unnerves those who once fed off your emotional compliance. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." And you lived this truth unknowingly for years, caught in loops you didn't realize were conditioning. But healing changed everything. You did the hard work facing the shadows, nurturing the wounded inner child, dismantling the survival patterns you were praised for. And now your soul responds from a place of grounded truth, not reflex. There's a woman named Elena who spent over 20 years of her life being the glue for a family that never asked how she felt. They adored her reliability, not her reality. She was always there, cleaning up after others, softening every conflict, sacrificing weekends, energy, dreams. One day, she stopped. She didn't scream, didn't demand, didn't explain, she just stopped playing a role. And in that stillness, her entire family panicked. But what they called selfish was her first act of spiritual alignment. Her nervous system stopped burning itself out for people who confused her value with her availability. That's not disconnection. That's discernment. And perhaps the same is true for you. You feel nothing not because you've become cold, but because you've become clear. The emotional fog has lifted, and with it, the need to carry what isn't yours. Their chaos used to live in your chest like a second heartbeat. Now it echoes faintly from a version of you that no longer exists. When they try to trigger guilt, it lands nowhere. When they expect you to overextend, you say no without explanation. This neutrality isn't numbness, it's spiritual strength. It's the result of no longer needing validation from wounded places. Carl Jung's concept of individuation is unfolding through you, not as a sudden epiphany, but as a gradual refusal to be who you're not. And that evolution is unsettling to those who are comfortable with your former self-abandonment. Your detachment reflects their lack of self-awareness, and that reflection is blinding. So let them call it distance, coldness, change. Let them flail in the silence your healing creates. Because your soul didn't come here to be a mirror for dysfunction, it came here to remember its own light. And now that you've remembered, everything that isn't aligned will fall away without the need for force or apology. If this message speaks to your soul, repeat after me. I no longer carry what was never mine. I am free, whole, and untouchable. If you feel the shift, like this video, subscribe for more spiritual wisdom and comment below to affirm your healing journey. 6. You didn't stop caring. You stopped abandoning yourself. You didn't stop caring. You stopped betraying yourself. What they called distance was really you reclaiming your peace. You no longer abandon your needs, your intuition, or your truth just to stay connected to chaos. This isn't selfishness. It's a deeply spiritual awakening. You've chosen yourself, not from a place of anger, but from reverence. And yes, at first it feels like loss. But this loss is sacred. Carl Jung called it sacred solitude, a spiritual initiation where you begin peeling back the layers of your false identity, one that was built on pleasing, performing, and surviving. You used to give so much of yourself away, hoping to be seen, but what you've realized now is that being seen by others means nothing if you remain invisible to yourself. You used to feel responsible for their moods, their wounds, their peace, but not anymore. Now, you understand that being spiritual doesn't mean tolerating dysfunction. It means honoring your soul. This shift is powerful. It's the moment you stop rescuing those who are committed to their chaos and begin rescuing the part of you that was drowning in theirs. You no longer explain your boundaries, justify your silence, or shrink your light to make others comfortable. And when they say, "You've changed," you smile because you have. You've stopped confusing love with sacrifice and peace with silence. You now realize that real love begins with self-loyalty. What once triggered you now echoes faintly in the distance, not because you don't feel, but because you've learned to feel without reacting. You've untangled your nervous system from their volatility. This isn't detachment, it's liberation. You're not numb, you're neutral. That neutrality is spiritual. It's what happens when your soul is no longer chained to emotional survival mode. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." But now, you see clearly. You see that not every connection was meant to last, and not every bond was born from love. Some were born from trauma, from patterns, from fear, and healing has made them irrelevant. The moment you no longer chase closure, no longer beg to be understood, is the moment you reclaim your power. You're not reacting because there's nothing left inside you that needs their chaos to feel alive. And while that can feel empty at first, it's actually the beginning of fullness. The soul doesn't scream. It whispers. And in that whisper is a truth you can finally hear. You didn't lose them. You found yourself. 7. You've become the mirror, not the emotional sponge. You no longer absorb their chaos. You reflect it. You no longer flinch, no longer explain, no longer bend to emotional manipulation. What once pierced your heart now dissolves in your presence, not because you've become cold, but because you've become conscious. Your stillness is not indifference. It's sacred soul alignment. You've done the inner work. You've untangled the cords of emotional codependency, and now you stand as a mirror, not a sponge. Your silence is not emptiness. It is the loudest boundary you've ever set. You no longer allow your soul to be a playground for projections. You've learned the cost of betraying your own peace just to maintain a temporary sense of connection. Now you refuse to carry emotional weight that doesn't belong to you. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." And this truth echoes loudly in your transformation. What they once called you too sensitive, too distant, too much is simply the reflection of their own discomfort with your clarity. They feel exposed in your presence because your stillness no longer entertains their shadows. You're not here to absorb, fix, or soften their lessons. You're here to evolve. And in that evolution, you've become unavailable for the drama, the guilt, and the unspoken power games. And as you rise into your sovereignty, you start to understand something vital. Peace is not a passive state. It's a powerful spiritual decision. This isn't numbness. It's discernment. This isn't apathy. It's energetic intelligence. You are no longer reactive because your soul has matured. You've stopped leaking energy into situations that only survive through conflict and emotional baiting. You've realized that not everything requires your engagement, and not everyone deserves access to your inner world. You've reached a point where your silence is your shield, not your prison. You're not emotionally unavailable. You're emotionally selective. You know who you are now. You know your worth. And that means you won't negotiate your inner calm just to make someone else feel temporarily validated. So they call you cold, distant, or hard to reach, but it's not you they're truly reacting to. It's the absence of the chaos they once fed on. It's the discomfort of no longer being able to pull you into their storms. Your detachment is not cruelty, it's clarity. You're not the same person who once over-explained, over-apologized, and overextended. You've become the lesson, not the lifeline. You've stopped proving your love through self-abandonment. You've stopped rescuing people who mistake love for sacrifice. You've stopped shrinking just to fit inside their fragile egos. This is spiritual growth. This is soul maturity. And now you've become the sacred mirror, quiet, clear, unshakable. You reflect truth without distortion. You hold space without absorbing pain. You walk away, not out of anger, but out of reverence for your own soul. because the most powerful thing you can ever do is to stay rooted in peace while the world tries to pull you into war. And when you can sit in the presence of someone else's chaos and feel absolutely nothing, not out of numbness, but because you've healed, then you'll know you've finally come home to yourself. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. If you're ready to stop absorbing projections and start reflecting truth, type in the comments, "I choose clarity over chaos." 8. This is what it means to be whole. You no longer seek love in the places that broke you. You no longer confuse emotional chaos for chemistry or mistake inconsistency for depth. What once lit you up with longing now flickers out as misalignment. You've outgrown the need to prove your worth through suffering. You feel nothing now, not because your heart is closed, but because it's finally free. Free from the noise, the tests, the survival patterns that made you think love had to be earned through pain. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." But now you see clearly, it was never fate, it was a pattern, and you broke it. You used to react to every jab, every silence, every withdrawal, but now your nervous system is no longer on trial. You've reclaimed your peace, and with that peace came discernment, the ability to stand in the presence of chaos and remain unmoved, not out of indifference, but because your soul no longer sees itself in that mirror. There was a time when the push and pull felt like passion, when emotional labor made you feel needed, when unpredictability gave you a false sense of aliveness. You believed that suffering proved loyalty, that pain meant depth, and that if you could just love harder, they would finally stay. But your healing revealed a hard truth. You were playing a role in someone else's drama, and it was draining the life out of you. Now, the same situations that once consumed your every thought barely register in your spirit. You feel nothing, not because you're bitter, but because your energy is no longer entangled in dysfunction. That's what Carl Jung meant by individuation, the process of separating your identity from the unconscious expectations and emotional projections of others. What used to trigger you now teaches you. What used to wound you now reflects how far you've come. And the silence you once feared, it now feels like sanctuary. This shift is rarely celebrated because people mistake your calm for coldness. They don't see the years it took to untangle your self-worth from their chaos. They don't understand that choosing peace over drama is the loudest form of self-respect. But you know that love should not feel like losing yourself. You know that someone else's instability is no longer your responsibility. And you know that the soul, once it tastes stillness, will never again crave the noise. So when you feel nothing in response to what once devastated you, don't second guess it. That is not numbness. It is sovereignty. That is not emptiness. It is wholeness. That is not the end of your capacity to feel. It is the beginning of your power to choose what's worth feeling for. 9. You've reclaimed your power and peace. You didn't go numb. You elevated. You stopped bleeding for people who kept handing you the knife. What once stirred storms inside you now feels like a distant whisper you no longer answer. Your journey has refined you. not into someone cold or disconnected, but into someone deeply spiritual, someone whose peace has become sacred ground. The chaos that once felt familiar, that once tugged at your heart and triggered your insecurities, now barely registers because you've risen above it, not with arrogance, but with clarity. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." You've made the unconscious conscious. You've witnessed your own trauma patterns, your emotional entanglements, your longing for validation, and you've chosen to let them go. The reactions that once exploded out of you have been replaced with stillness, not because you're suppressing emotion, but because your soul no longer speaks the language of dysfunction. You're not ignoring what happens around you. You're just not internalizing it anymore. And that's spiritual maturity. You've learned the art of emotional alchemy, how to take pain and turn it into wisdom, how to take betrayal and turn it into self-respect. Your boundaries are no longer defenses. They are declarations. They say, "I know my worth now. I know what my energy deserves." You used to explain yourself to people committed to misunderstanding you. Now you just observe in silence. You used to chase peace in the approval of others. Now peace finds you in your solitude. The distance you keep is not punishment, it's protection. Not everyone can be invited into your new frequency. You've stopped romanticizing struggle. You've stopped confusing intensity for intimacy. You've stopped calling emotional roller coasters passion, when in truth, they were chaos dressed as love. You've grown too much to keep shrinking for people who never intended to meet you at your depth. Spiritual growth often feels like losing interest in things that once consumed you, and you felt that shift deeply. You've outgrown the need to retaliate. You've outgrown being triggered. You've outgrown proving your point. Now, your silence speaks louder than their noise. The ones who thrived on your emotional availability now find nothing to feed on. They call you distant, but they don't realize your soul has simply returned home. You are no longer a mirror for their chaos. You are a window into peace. And when people can't join you in that peace, they label you as changed. But change is the point. You didn't survive all you've been through just to stay the same. You healed, you evolved, and you remembered who you are. This is not detachment, it's divine alignment. This is not numbness, it's spiritual wholeness. This is what happens when you finally realize that not every fire is yours to put out, not every battle is yours to fight, and not every storm deserves your thunder. If you've reclaimed your peace and now stand in your power, let the world know. Comment below. I choose peace over chaos to affirm your growth and inspire others to honor their own evolution. And if this message resonates with your soul, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of spiritual insight. As you walk further along your path of growth, remember, feeling nothing doesn't mean you're cold. It means you've healed. You've outgrown the chaos that once consumed you, and in its place now lives inner peace. Carl Jung taught us that individuation is not about reacting louder, but about returning to yourself in stillness and strength. If this message has resonated with your soul today, don't keep it to yourself. Like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights that nourish your spirit. Be sure to turn on notifications so you never miss the next step on your awakening journey. They truly love you if they do these 7 things. The meeting of 2 personalities is like the contact of 2 chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. Carl Jung. At Spiritual Wisdom, we believe love is more than words. It's transformation in motion. In today's video, we'll uncover 7 hidden signs that reveal when someone truly loves you. Based on the profound insights of Carl Jung, these subtle but powerful behaviors often go unnoticed, yet they speak volumes about the depth of a soul connection. As you listen, reflect on your own relationships. Do you recognize these signs in someone's actions toward you? Or have you shown them without even realizing it? Comment below if any of these signs resonate with you. And don't forget to share this video with someone who needs to hear it. Let's grow in love, awareness, and spiritual truth together. 1. Mirroring your behavior. When someone truly loves you, their soul begins to speak a quiet language, one that doesn't require words, but reveals itself through subtle, unconscious behaviors. One of the clearest signs of this deeper connection is mirroring. This isn't about copying or pretending. It's an involuntary reflection of emotional closeness. When a person is genuinely bonded with you, their subconscious begins to align with yours. You may find that they adopt your gestures, match your tone of voice, or even start to take an interest in the things you care about, not because they are trying to impress you, but because their soul is resonating with yours. This synchronization is not calculated. It flows naturally, often without either person realizing it. Carl Jung believed that true connection happens beyond the surface, in the realm of the unconscious mind. He saw love not just as an emotion, but as an energetic mirror, where 2 people reflect each other's essence. When someone mirrors your behavior, it's often the soul's silent way of saying, "I feel safe here. I recognize you." This happens through mirror neurons in the brain, which activate when we feel empathy or emotional closeness. But spiritually, it signals something more powerful, a merging of internal rhythms. The person who mirrors your energy is not simply reacting. They are synchronizing. They're not just hearing your words, they're feeling your emotional landscape. Over time, this kind of soul-level connection begins to shape how 2 people move through the world together. Their shared energy becomes a dance, subtle, intuitive, and sacred. You may notice that when you're down, they grow quiet too. When you laugh, their body relaxes. When you dream aloud, they support your vision like it's their own. This isn't performance, it's presence. Real love doesn't just listen, it feels with you. It doesn't echo out of politeness, but out of resonance. This kind of love doesn't seek control or perfection. It thrives in authenticity. And so, mirroring becomes more than a psychological concept. It becomes a spiritual signpost, revealing where the souls have begun to intertwine. True love reveals itself in the little things, not just in grand gestures or poetic words, but in how 2 energies begin to align when they are emotionally safe. A person who mirrors you with sincerity and softness is not just interested in your personality, they're attuned to your soul. They carry your emotions with care, not because they're trying to win you, but because some part of them already feels like home in your presence. This kind of mirroring cannot be faked, forced, or fabricated. It is the byproduct of emotional integrity and inner truth. And when you notice it, Pause for a moment, not to overanalyze it, but to honor it. Because their soul is saying what their words might never say aloud. I'm with you, even in silence. Have you ever noticed someone subtly mirroring your gestures or tone? If so, share your story in the comments so we can explore this soulful connection together. If not, comment, I'll observe, and let's begin this journey of emotional awareness side by side. 2. Pulling away emotionally. When someone starts pulling away emotionally, it's easy to assume they've lost interest or no longer care. But according to Carl Jung, that withdrawal can actually signal something far more complex and vulnerable. Emotional distance is often not a sign of indifference. It's a signal of fear rising from the unconscious. Jung's concept of the shadow self explains that we all carry hidden wounds, repressed fears, and unresolved emotions within us. And when love becomes too real or too deep, it can awaken those buried parts. The very act of being truly seen, loved, and emotionally exposed can cause a person to retreat, not because they don't feel, but because they feel too much and haven't yet built the capacity to hold it. When love touches the soul in ways that are unfamiliar or intense, it triggers internal conflict between the desire for connection and the instinct for protection. Picture a man in his 50s who has always been the strong, silent type, high-functioning, responsible, maybe even admired for his composure. He meets someone who gently disarms his defenses. She listens, sees beyond his surface, and doesn't demand that he perform or impress. For a brief period, he allows himself to relax into her presence. But suddenly, he grows quiet. He answers less frequently, becomes colder, more distant. Most would interpret this as a sign of fading interest. But beneath the surface, his soul is in turmoil. Carl Jung would say his shadow has been activated. Deep emotional safety has stirred unconscious fears of vulnerability, abandonment, or not being enough. He isn't retreating because he feels less. He's retreating because he's overwhelmed by feeling more than he knows how to process. The love has touched old wounds, and without the tools to heal them, his psyche falls back into the patterns it knows: emotional withdrawal, silence, escape. Understanding this pattern changes how you interpret emotional distance. Instead of blaming yourself or rushing to fill the space, you can begin to see it as a psychological process. Carl Jung famously said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Many people live out emotional patterns they don't understand, unconsciously repeating what feels safe, even if it sabotages the very thing they crave. So when someone pulls away, it's not always a lack of love. It might be the presence of something deeper, something spiritual, something awakening. Your love may have stirred their soul in ways that defy logic or language. In fact, emotional withdrawal can sometimes be a backhanded compliment. It means you've touched something real, something sacred, something that demands healing. Still, this doesn't mean you should chase or beg. Instead, allow space with wisdom. Give them room to meet their own soul. And if you are the one who's pulling away, don't run. Stay, breathe, observe. Ask yourself, what part of you is afraid of being loved? Is it your belief that you're unworthy? That you'll be left? That if they see the real you, they'll leave? These questions aren't easy, but they are necessary. Jung's work reminds us that love is not just about harmony, it's about transformation. And transformation often begins when we confront the shadows that love brings to light. If someone truly loves you, but pulls away, they may not need to love you less. They may need to learn how to love themselves more in your presence. And that is a sacred soul journey only they can walk. 3. Playful teasing and banter. When someone truly loves you, they might not come out and say it in grand declarations. Instead, they reveal it in playful teasing, subtle banter, and light provocation that lingers in your memory long after the moment has passed. What may seem like harmless jokes or quick-witted remarks is often their soul's quiet way of staying close to you without exposing the full depth of their emotions. Carl Jung believed the unconscious mind finds creative ways to express what the conscious mind fears to say. That's why this kind of teasing becomes a spiritual language, one that allows connection without vulnerability, affection without pressure. It's not just flirtation, it's a protective shell for something deeper. Humor, in this case, isn't simply entertainment. It's intimacy in disguise, a form of emotional resonance that can only exist when someone feels safe enough with your energy to playfully test its boundaries. If they're always the first to notice your habits and turn them into light jokes, if their eyes brighten just before they tease you, if they remember things you thought were insignificant and bring them up in moments of laughter, these are not random gestures. They are spiritual clues. Their teasing is consistent, personal, and never cruel. It's the kind that makes you feel seen, remembered, even cherished in a quiet way. Behind each quip is a silent message. I care enough to pay attention. This kind of humor builds a world where only the two of you exist, where emotional distance is closed by shared smiles and witty exchanges. And when you look closer, you'll realize their laughter carries a kind of longing, the longing to be close without risking rejection. It's how their soul reaches out when words fall short. Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." And this is precisely what happens during playful banter between two connected souls. It's not about who's funnier. It's about who feels spiritually safe enough to be playful with you. The teasing becomes a ritual, a familiar rhythm that draws you in and lets your guard down. In a world that often masks true emotions, this kind of dynamic is rare. It's spiritual intimacy wrapped in humor, a quiet rebellion against the fear of vulnerability. When someone uses humor to stay close, what they're really saying is, "You matter enough for me to risk the edge of my comfort zone." So when they mimic your tone, exaggerate your habits, or poke fun at your routines with that unmistakable glimmer in their eyes, understand that it's not just for laughs. It's their unconscious soul speaking directly to yours, using humor as a bridge to connection. This energy isn't random. It's spiritual, deliberate, and emotionally charged. The banter becomes a dance between familiarity and desire, safety and closeness, spirit and self. If you're present enough to notice, you'll realize this is how love often introduces itself, not loudly, but playfully, through the sacred language of laughter. If you've ever wondered why someone teases you more than they talk seriously, this video might reveal what's really going on beneath the surface. If that hits home, please like, subscribe, and help support the channel. 4. Remembering small details. When someone remembers the little things you say, like the way you take your coffee, the story you told once about a song that moved you, or a random joke you thought they'd forget, it's not just a sign of good memory. It's a reflection of deep emotional imprinting, a sign that your presence has settled into the quiet spaces of their mind. According to Carl Jung, the soul absorbs what the conscious mind often overlooks, and love, rooted in the soul, doesn't scream it remembers. This kind of attentiveness doesn't come from obligation or habit. It comes from a quiet reverence for who you are. You live in their unconscious, not as a task to recall, but as a truth they carry. When a man brings up a detail you shared long ago, he's not trying to flatter you. He's revealing that you've become part of his inner world, the kind of world that doesn't lie. Love at the soul level doesn't parade itself. It shows up in the subtleties. A spiritually grounded man doesn't need to say, "I love you," every day. He shows it by how carefully he listens, how he remembers, and how he makes you feel seen without needing a reason. These are not grand performances. They are sacred signals. And this is what Jung meant when he spoke of unconscious communication, the soul reaching out without words, creating an invisible bridge between two lives. It's not about sentimentality or sweet talk. It's about resonance. These micro moments of remembrance become proof that your presence isn't temporary. It's living, echoing in the background of his life. And when a man holds you in this way, it's not something he controls, it's something that simply is. This spiritual attentiveness is a rare and beautiful language that doesn't need translation. You can feel it when it's real. He doesn't just recall what you said, he stores it like something sacred, returning to it not because he's obligated, but because it moved him. That's not just love. It's a soulful connection. It's the energy of someone whose inner world has shifted to make room for you. And that shift is never loud, but always honest. Jung would argue that such remembering isn't even conscious. It's instinctual, archetypal, the soul's way of recognizing what matters. And when someone holds space for you in that way, it's because your existence has touched something in them that logic can't define. So when you see a man recall something you once said in passing, something even you may have forgotten, realize that you've become part of the architecture of his emotional world. You're not background noise. You're the silent music he carries. This is not a love that begs to be seen. It's a love that sees you, even when you're not looking. And in a world that's loud with performance and pretense, this kind of soul-level remembering is not just rare. It's the most powerful sign that you are loved in the way that truly transforms. If someone has ever remembered a tiny detail about you and it warmed your heart, this video is for you. Leave a like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss powerful content like this. Comment below. I deserve a love that remembers even the little things. 5. Watching you when you're not looking. When someone truly loves you, they often don't say it out loud. They show it in moments so quiet and subtle that most people miss them. One of the clearest signs is when they watch you when you're not looking, not with curiosity, but with presence and emotion they don't know how to put into words. Their eyes linger, not out of habit, but out of something deeper, something soulful. Carl Jung taught that the unconscious reveals itself in the smallest behaviors, especially in what the eyes silently communicate. When someone gazes at you during your unguarded moments, laughing at a joke, sipping coffee, scrolling through your phone, they're not just observing, they're connecting. In that stillness, their soul is responding to yours, often without them even realizing it. This kind of attention is rare in a distracted world where eye contact is often replaced with scrolling and multitasking. So when a person looks at you like you're the only thing that matters in the room, it's because you've touched something sacred in them. Carl Jung believed that true love goes beyond words. It lives in the unconscious, in those tiny gestures that aren't filtered or planned. And when someone watches you like this, especially when you're unaware, it reveals a profound emotional attachment they might not be ready to confess. Think about the man who waits at the train station, seeing his partner off to work. He doesn't say anything poetic or dramatic. He just watches as she walks away, catching the way her hair moves in the wind, how she adjusts her bag, how she turns to smile at someone else, and he takes it all in like it's a moment worth remembering. That's not routine. That's reverence. That's love, unspoken, but deeply felt. And in those moments, even if he doesn't admit it, his soul has already said, "I love you." This kind of love doesn't demand to be seen. It chooses to see. The watching isn't controlling or obsessive. It's soft, respectful, almost spiritual in nature. It happens when someone's inner world is moved by your very existence. They're not reacting to how you look or what you say. They're responding to the energy you carry, the essence of who you are. Jung's wisdom reminds us that we're all wired with unconscious patterns. And when someone's gaze keeps returning to you, even without effort, it's often because something in their psyche is drawn to yours, beyond logic or reason. It's easy to overlook these signs, especially if you've grown used to loud expressions of affection. But the people who truly love you are often the ones who say the least and feel the most. Their quiet glances speak volumes. Their eyes betray emotions their mouths can't form. They remember how you looked in the sunlight, how your face softened while lost in thought, how your laugh echoed during a moment of joy, and they hold on to it like a treasure. Carl Jung would say that their soul is recognizing something familiar in yours, something ancient, something meant. Love, in its purest form, isn't always loud. Sometimes, it's simply in the way someone sees you when you're not even trying to be seen. 6. Deep, intentional listening. When someone truly loves you, they listen with more than just their ears. They listen with their presence, their intuition, and their soul. They're not waiting for their turn to speak, nor are they distracted or half engaged. They're attuned to your emotional frequency in a way that feels almost spiritual, picking up on the subtle tremble in your voice, the pause before your sentence ends, or the silence that says more than words ever could. They remember the details you barely remember saying, the offhand comment you made about your childhood fear, the dream you whispered in a moment of vulnerability, or the shift in your tone when you speak about someone who hurt you. They respond to your heart, not just your words. This kind of listening is sacred. It is not about problem solving or offering quick advice. It's about offering a space where your soul can exhale and be known without judgment. Carl Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. When someone listens deeply to you, you begin to change. You begin to feel safe enough to unfold, layer by layer, without needing to perform or protect yourself. Their love becomes a container for your truth, and their silence becomes a sanctuary for your unspoken thoughts. You feel seen even in your mess, understood even in your confusion. They catch your emotions before you name them. They notice the shadows behind your smile, and they ask about what you don't say, not to pry, but because they care enough to want to understand the parts of you that the world often overlooks. Their listening is a mirror that reflects your spiritual essence back to you, not as broken or fragile, but as worthy, whole, and sacred. In a world that values noise over stillness, where conversations are often rushed and shallow, this kind of attention is rare and transformative. It's not just emotional intelligence, it's spiritual alignment. Their ability to hold space for you without fixing or controlling is proof of their emotional maturity and inner depth. You may find that their presence alone calms your nervous system, that just by being near them, your heart settles into a rhythm of trust. They don't need dramatic gestures to prove their love, because their daily attentiveness is louder than any declaration. They are present for the ordinary and the overlooked. They make you feel like what you say matters not just because they love you, but because your soul speaks a language they've chosen to learn. And when love listens this way, it heals. It teaches you how to be open without fear, how to trust without proof, and how to speak your truth without shrinking. This is love in its purest form, not performative, not possessive, but deeply spiritual. So if you find someone who listens like this, who hears you even in silence, who waits for your heart to be ready, hold on to them. Their love is not loud, but it is unwavering. And in a world that rarely listens, that kind of soul is a rare and sacred gift. Have you ever experienced someone truly listening to your soul, catching the words you didn't say? If so, share your story in the comments so others can feel inspired. If not, comment, "I'm ready to listen deeper," and let's begin this soulful journey together. 7. Small acts of care and presence. True love reveals itself not in declarations or drama, but in the unnoticed moments when someone consistently chooses your well-being over their convenience. When a person checks in on you just to hear your voice, adjusts the room temperature so you're comfortable, or silently offers you their coat when you didn't ask. These aren't just nice gestures. They are spiritual signs of a soul attuned to yours. Carl Jung understood love as a psychic connection rooted in the unconscious. And in these quiet actions, we see that truth come to life. Real love is not performative. It's intuitive. It doesn't need reminders, rules, or rehearsals. It knows when to show up, how to support, and where to stand even when words fail. This kind of love listens to your silence, holds your anxiety with gentleness, and recognizes your fatigue in a single glance. It doesn't wait for you to break down before offering help. It senses the tension in your breath and chooses to stay close, not to rescue, but to be present. When someone genuinely loves you, they don't need to be the hero of your story. They're content being the quiet strength in the background, the one who remembers how you like your coffee or how you withdraw when you're overwhelmed, and they adjust themselves accordingly, not to gain favor, but because their soul is in rhythm with yours. There is a sacred simplicity to how love operates when it comes from a spiritually mature place. These small acts may look ordinary, but they're woven with deep meaning. A person who truly loves you doesn't try to change your mood with distractions. They sit in the storm with you. They won't tell you to cheer up when your soul is grieving. They'll hold the space for your sadness without judgment. Jung believed the soul speaks in symbols and patterns, and love, when real, becomes a pattern of consistency, kindness, and subtle depth. It shows up in the way someone notices you're emotionally drained before you say a word, or how they instinctively adjust their tone to match your emotional state. Love like this is not loud, but its silence is full. And though society often teaches men to express love through achievements or declarations, the deeper truth is that spiritual connection speaks in presence. It's not how often they say, "I love you," but how often they act like it when no one is watching. When someone's soul loves you, they remember the little things: your favorite meal, your quiet habits, the way you process pain, and they respond with care that feels effortless but is rooted in deep observation. You don't have to ask for reassurance because their energy is already speaking it. You don't have to explain your fears because they've already made space for them. This kind of love is not based on conditions or performance. It's rooted in devotion, in the spiritual decision to see you, honor you, and walk beside you with a quiet strength. In every silent act of care, you are not just receiving affection, you are witnessing the language of the soul, translated into action. That is love in its purest, most enduring form. If this message has touched your soul, comment below. I believe in love that shows up in the little things. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell to keep receiving content that nourishes your heart and spirit. Thank you for spending this time with us on Spiritual Wisdom. As we've explored today, love often reveals itself in the smallest, most unexpected ways through quiet presence, deep attention, and the kind of understanding that transcends words. According to Carl Jung, the signs of true love often arise from the unconscious, subtle, but powerful, invisible, yet deeply felt. If any of these hidden signs resonated with you, take a moment to reflect on the connections in your life that may be more meaningful than they appear. If you found this message valuable, please like the video, share it with someone who needs to hear this, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our next journey into the deeper truths of the soul. Until next time, stay grounded, stay open, and stay connected to the wisdom within. You've been doing too much. Here's what happens when you stop. In the midst of movement and chaos, keep stillness inside of you. These words by Deepak Chopra echo the timeless truth Carl Jung once uncovered, that doing more isn't always the answer sometimes. Your soul is just asking you to let go. At Spiritual Wisdom, today's video dives into the transformative power of surrender. What if your next breakthrough isn't in pushing harder, but in pausing deeper? As you listen, consider how these principles could reshape your daily life, your stress, your healing, your happiness. Have you ever experienced peace by doing less? Share your story in the comments below, and let's explore this spiritual awakening together. 1. Doing too much blocks inner growth. Carl Jung believed that when you are constantly doing, striving, and chasing outcomes, you are not living from your soul, but from your ego's fear of stillness and loss of control. In our modern world, the obsession with productivity has become a mask for deeper avoidance. We run faster, we push harder, we fill every space with action, not because we are aligned, but because we are terrified of what might surface in the silence. And yet, it is in that very silence that the soul begins to speak. It speaks not through loud declarations, but through subtle inner shifts, through dreams, through deep knowing, through the ache you feel when you're far from your true path. When you are constantly doing too much, you block the wisdom of the unconscious. You override your intuition, and you remain trapped in loops that keep you externally busy but internally disconnected. This is the paradox Jung uncovered. The more you force life, the more it resists you, not because you're wrong, but because the soul doesn't evolve through force. It evolves through surrender. Letting go isn't a weakness. It's the bravest thing your nervous system can do. It's the moment your inner world unclenches. And in that release, space is made for real growth to happen. Not the kind of growth that pleases others, but the kind that brings you home to yourself. Jung taught that the unconscious is the gateway to transformation, but you cannot hear its voice if you're always chasing. Sometimes the reason you feel stuck isn't because you're not doing enough. It's because you've done too much for too long without listening. When you stop micromanaging the outcomes and allow space for grace, you begin to realign with your own natural rhythm. You stop performing for validation and start living in alignment. You stop trying to prove your worth and start honoring your soul. And this is when the true alchemy begins, when the external noise fades and the internal wisdom rises. The moment you stop trying to control life is the moment you remember that the soul was never meant to be caged by the ego's demands. It was meant to lead. Are you ready to stop striving and start listening to your inner truth? If so, comment below. I will surrender to affirm your commitment to releasing control and allowing true spiritual growth to unfold. 2. Stillness is not laziness. It's alignment. Stillness is not laziness. It's alignment. And Carl Jung understood this truth far deeper than most of us are ever taught to see. In a world that idolizes hustle and glorifies exhaustion, we've been tricked into thinking that our worth is tied to our productivity. We are constantly doing, achieving, managing, fixing, believing that if we just keep moving, we'll eventually arrive at peace. But what if peace isn't something you chase? What if peace is something you remember, something you return to, and that return only begins when you finally stop running? Jung emphasized the concept of Wu Wei, the Taoist principle of effortless action, not doing nothing, but doing with flow, with inner alignment, without resistance. This doesn't mean passivity. It means trusting that the soul has its own intelligence, its own timing, and when we stop interfering, life often unfolds in the most extraordinary ways. You might be carrying too much right now: responsibilities, guilt, expectations, pressure to be everything for everyone. And you might have confused that heaviness with purpose. But Carl Jung taught that when we become overly identified with the ego's need to act, to control, to solve, we lose access to the voice of the unconscious, the deeper, wiser part of us that speaks not in words, but in symbols, sensations, and stillness. In silence, the soul surfaces. In pause, insight appears. One modern example that echoes Jung's teachings is the growing number of people today who find themselves on the edge of burnout, despite having everything they thought they wanted. They followed the formula, worked hard, stayed busy, ticked all the boxes, but feel hollow inside. That hollowness is not failure. It's the soul's rebellion. It's life saying, stop doing so much and start listening again. I once met a man in his early 40s who had spent 2 decades building a successful business. From the outside, he had it all. But internally, he was crumbling. Anxiety attacks, sleepless nights, a constant sense of dread he couldn't explain. He told me that the moment things began to shift wasn't when he hired more staff or fixed his schedule. It was when he took 2 weeks off and sat by the ocean, doing absolutely nothing. At first, he felt worthless. But by the end, he said it was like hearing his soul for the first time in 20 years. Jung would have said that he finally allowed the unconscious to breathe. He stopped being a machine and remembered he was a human being, a soul with depth, not just a mind with a to-do list. Stillness, then, is not an escape from life. It is life in its truest form. It's the sacred threshold where you stop reacting and start feeling, where you stop pushing and start flowing, where you stop seeking approval and finally hear your own voice again. Carl Jung believed that the unconscious is not some passive space. It is the fertile soil of transformation. But we can't access that soil if we're constantly walking on top of it. We have to be still long enough for the roots of insight to grow. The most powerful shifts in your spiritual and emotional life don't come when you're forcing change. They come when you surrender to something deeper, something ancient inside you that already knows the way. So if you feel exhausted, not just in body, but in soul, that's not a weakness. That's a signal. That's your system begging for alignment. You've been doing too much, not too little. And your healing doesn't begin with more effort. It begins with stillness. When you finally let go, you don't fall apart. You fall into place. 3. Ego versus self. Forcing versus flow. The ego is always in a rush. It wants results, recognition, and control. It chases goals that look impressive, but feel empty, pushing you to prove your worth by how much you do, how fast you move, and how perfect you appear. But Carl Jung reminded us that this constant doing is not power. It's a mask for fear. The ego craves speed, but the self, which Jung saw as the whole of your psyche, including the unconscious and spiritual dimensions, moves with intention, not urgency. It doesn't strive to dominate. It longs to integrate. It seeks truth, not applause. And while the ego screams through endless activity, the self speaks in silence, in the quiet pause between moments, where the soul begins to stir and healing begins to take root. When you live through ego, life becomes a performance. You're always acting, striving, reaching, but never arriving. You feel disconnected, like something essential is missing. even when everything on the outside appears successful. That's because the ego measures growth by how far you've gone, but the self asks how deeply you've come home to yourself. As long as you're caught in this performance, your spiritual path becomes distorted. You confuse movement with progress, and you forget how to listen. Jung said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." And that awakening doesn't happen through force, it happens through flow. Letting go isn't about giving up. It's about remembering that the truest parts of you emerge not when you push harder, but when you surrender deeper. Like nature, your soul operates on divine timing. No flower blooms all year. There's a sacred rhythm to everything real, and forcing it only tears the roots. The deeper spiritual transformation comes when you stop grasping for certainty and start embracing presence. Doing less doesn't mean you're lazy. It means you're aligned. Stillness is not weakness. It's where your energy refines, where your intuition sharpens, and where your real power begins to rise. The modern world rewards the hustle, but your soul is calling for stillness. The path forward is not about becoming more, but about unbecoming what you're not. When you finally let go of the ego's expectations, you stop chasing and start attracting. You become magnetic, not because you're striving, but because you're rooted. As Rumi said, try not to resist the changes that come your way. Instead, let life live through you. The moment you stop trying to control everything is the moment you make room for your spiritual self to lead. And that's where true transformation begins. Have you ever paused to notice whether you're living from your ego or your true self? If so, share your insights in the comments below. We'd love to hear your experience. If not, comment, "I choose flow," to begin aligning with the deeper wisdom within. Let's grow together on this spiritual path toward authenticity and transformation. 4. Shadow work happens when you pause. Stillness is not a sign of weakness, failure, or laziness. It is the soul's invitation to finally be heard beneath the noise. In a world obsessed with action, productivity, and constant motion, the idea of pausing can feel like self-betrayal. But Carl Jung reminded us, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." And that awakening doesn't begin through striving. It begins the moment you surrender. Stop running and allow your inner world to rise to the surface. When you've been doing too much, when your days are spent fixing, chasing, managing, and controlling, there comes a moment when your spirit begins to fracture, not because you're not enough, but because you're doing too much of what disconnects you from your soul. Stillness brings discomfort because it opens the door to the shadow. And the shadow isn't evil. It's simply the parts of you that have been repressed, rejected, or forgotten. It's the sadness you never had time to feel, the anger you were taught to suppress, the dreams you shelved in the name of survival. When you finally pause, those parts come knocking, not to destroy you, but to be reintegrated. Jung taught that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. The pain you feel in stillness is not an error. It's a signal that you're ready to heal. You're no longer numbing. You're no longer escaping. You're finally witnessing. And witnessing is the soul's first language. Healing begins not when you fix your inner wounds, but when you allow yourself to sit with them without judgment. When you hold your own heart with compassion instead of criticism. integration begins to unfold naturally. You stop treating your emotions as problems and begin to see them as messengers. That moment of presence is when the soul begins to return home. And the more you stay present with what arises, the more you realize that you were never broken, only buried. The paradox is that when you stop doing, you start becoming. You begin to sense the subtle intelligence of your soul guiding you toward wholeness, not through effort, but through surrender. The shadow becomes your teacher, not your enemy. The chaos softens, and in that sacred stillness, you discover that peace was never something to be earned. It was something waiting beneath the noise all along. You realize that letting go is not about giving up, but about giving in to the deeper rhythm of your own truth. Every time you pause, breathe, and choose to be present with what is, you reclaim a piece of yourself. You retrieve the energy you once scattered, trying to be everything to everyone. You remember that your worth is not tied to how much you accomplish, but how deeply you connect with your truth, your heart, your soul. This isn't spiritual bypassing. This is spiritual returning. The soul does not ask you to do more. It asks you to feel more, to trust more, and to surrender the illusion that you are only valuable when you're producing, fixing, or pleasing. So the next time stillness scares you, don't run. Stay. Listen. Let your pain speak. Let your past rise. Let your emotions guide you inward. Because when you finally let go, you don't fall apart, you fall into alignment. And that is when your soul, long silenced by the noise of doing, begins to sing. 5. Synchronicity arises in surrender. Carl Jung's concept of synchronicity, those deeply meaningful coincidences that seem to carry a message from the universe, doesn't arise when we're pushing, striving, or clinging to control. It shows up when we finally pause, surrender, and allow life to flow from the soul rather than the ego. You may have been taught that success only comes through constant effort, but Jung's spiritual insight turns that belief on its head. The more you try to manipulate outcomes and micromanage every detail of your journey, the more resistance you create. Synchronicity isn't attracted to force. It's magnetized by inner alignment. When your soul is at peace, when you're no longer chasing, life mirrors that calmness back to you in symbolic, mysterious, and often miraculous ways. Just think of the moments when, out of nowhere, the right person calls, the perfect opportunity arises, or you stumble across a message that speaks directly to what you needed most. That's not random. It's a response to your surrender. Carl Jung believed that the soul doesn't communicate through noise or control, but through symbols, dreams, emotions, and silence. One woman I spoke with had spent years obsessing over manifesting her dream career, pouring her energy into vision boards, cold calls, and productivity hacks. Nothing seemed to work. But when she burned out and finally surrendered, choosing instead to heal, meditate, and simply live, the phone rang with an unexpected job offer from a company she had long forgotten she applied to. It wasn't just any job, it aligned with her purpose, her passions, and her values. That's how synchronicity works. It steps in the moment we step back. When we stop interfering with the natural flow of things, the spiritual current begins to carry us. The soul thrives not in tension, but in trust. Surrender doesn't mean giving up. It means giving space for a higher intelligence to move. Carl Jung reminds us that the unconscious mind, the deeper layers of the psyche, are always communicating with us, but we have to be quiet enough to listen. And when we do, life responds not through logic, but through serendipity, symbols, and spiritual nudges that guide us in the right direction. So if you've been doing too much, overthinking, overextending, overplanning, it might be time to do the most radical thing of all. Nothing. Step into stillness. Listen, align, and trust that the soul already knows the way. If this message resonated with your soul, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. Have you ever experienced synchronicity after letting go? Let's explore the mystery of alignment together. 6. Trusting the unconscious is a radical act. Trusting the unconscious is not just a concept, it is a deeply spiritual invitation to step away from the constant need to control and finally surrender to something greater than your intellect. Carl Jung taught us that the unconscious isn't chaos. It's a vast, mysterious intelligence that holds more wisdom than the conscious mind could ever access. It speaks in symbols, in dreams, in fleeting moments of intuition, and yet, most people never hear its messages because they're too busy doing, always chasing. In a world where productivity is praised and stillness is mistaken for laziness, the soul is often silenced beneath the noise of constant motion. You rush from task to task, convinced that more action will bring clarity or safety, but in doing so, you disconnect from the very part of yourself that knows the truth, the spiritual truth. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." That is the danger of constant doing. You become a stranger to your own soul and mistake the external world as the only source of meaning. When you slow down, truly slow down, you begin to notice the subtle ways your inner life has been trying to speak to you all along. That anxious feeling in your chest wasn't just stress, it was your soul crying out for realignment. That recurring dream wasn't random. It was a message from your deeper self, begging you to pay attention. The unconscious does not reveal itself through force. It unfolds through presence. You cannot schedule a breakthrough. You cannot demand revelation. You must create the space for it to arrive. And that space is born out of humility, out of the willingness to stop pushing and simply listen. In today's world, that act of surrender is radical. It means rejecting the hustle, if only for a moment, and choosing instead to sit with the unknown, to trust that not knowing is a form of wisdom. Surrender is often misunderstood as weakness, but it's actually a fierce kind of strength. It's the spiritual power of letting go, not because you failed, but because you finally realized that your soul cannot be led by force. It must be felt, followed, honored. This is why so many people feel burned out, stuck, emotionally numb, because they've been living according to the mind's agenda while ignoring the soul's longing. When you give yourself permission to stop, to breathe, to drop beneath the surface of your thoughts, you open a doorway to something sacred. The unconscious begins to rise, not as confusion, but as clarity, not as noise, but as guidance. And in that space, you may begin to realize that you've been doing too much, not because you were wrong, but because you were afraid of what silence might reveal. But the silence is not empty. It is full of truth. Jung believed that transformation begins when you stop trying to fix yourself and instead allow your true self to emerge from within. This is the spiritual essence of letting go. It is not the absence of responsibility, but the presence of deep trust. Trust in your inner voice. Trust in the timing of your life. Trust in the divine unfolding that doesn't need your interference, only your awareness. And in that awareness, you'll find that everything you've been chasing already lives inside you waiting, not to be earned through effort, but remembered through stillness. 7. Transformation requires patience, not pressure. Transformation is not an event. It's a soul's unfolding, a sacred process that Carl Jung likened to alchemy, where lead is not turned into gold in a single moment, but through gradual, often invisible phases. In a world that glorifies instant gratification and measurable progress, this truth can feel deeply unsettling, especially if you're used to achieving, fixing, and controlling every outcome. But spiritual wisdom reminds us that real change is not born from pressure. It blossoms from patience. When you finally stop pushing yourself to transform on someone else's timeline, or even your own ego's demands, you begin to align with the deeper rhythm of your soul. Jung believed that transformation occurs in the unconscious first, not in the visible world of doing, but in the quiet realm of being. When you resist the urge to escape discomfort or slap solutions on your emotional wounds, you actually make space for your inner world to reorganize itself organically. It's in that space where you don't have all the answers, where you feel uncertain, raw, even lost, that your true growth begins to take root. As Jung once said, we do not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. This means that the soul doesn't evolve by bypassing pain or skipping steps. It grows stronger each time you choose to stay, breathe, and listen within. Think of it like winter slowly giving way to spring, not because someone forced it to, but because nature follows a sacred rhythm that cannot be rushed. The same is true for you. When you stop treating transformation as a to-do list and start honoring it as a spiritual unfolding, everything changes not outwardly at first, but inwardly, where the most important shifts happen. You may find that what once felt like stagnation was actually sacred stillness, and what looked like delay was your soul catching up with the life you were meant to live. This process demands trust, not in outcomes, but in the intelligence of the soul itself, which knows exactly when to release, when to rest, and when to rise. The more you pressure yourself to figure it all out, the more you delay the very healing that needs to occur in stillness. But when you surrender, when you soften your grip, sit in uncertainty, and allow your inner world to breathe, you invite the divine to participate in your evolution. And that is when transformation stops being something you try to do and becomes something you allow to happen through you. If you're still here with us, drop a comment below saying, "I'm trusting the process." Your presence matters, and your feedback helps us grow together on this path of transformation. 8. Doing nothing is a sacred practice. Carl Jung believed that doing nothing, when practiced with awareness, is not a waste of time, but a sacred act of spiritual return. In a world that worships busyness and equates self-worth with output, the simple act of stillness becomes radical. It is in the quiet, when we stop performing and producing, that the ego begins to dissolve and the soul starts to rise. You stop identifying with roles, achievements, or how others perceive you, and begin to recognize the quiet power of your own presence. You come to understand that your worth isn't something you earn. It's something you remember. Jung saw this as a process of spiritual purification, where the noise of the external world fades and the truth of your inner world is finally heard. The more you strip away the unnecessary doing, the more you meet the raw, unfiltered essence of who you really are. Take, for example, a woman named Sarah, successful by all conventional standards, yet quietly unraveling inside. She had spent years chasing productivity, achievements, and validation, believing they would fill the void. But they never did. One day, overwhelmed and exhausted, she chose to unplug completely and spend 3 days in silence. No phone, no emails, no obligations, just the unfamiliar sound of her own breath. At first, the stillness terrified her, but then came the tears. Not from pain, but from the shock of feeling herself for the first time in years. In doing nothing, she realized she hadn't lost herself. She had simply been too busy to hear her soul whispering beneath the noise. That weekend didn't fix her life, but it gave her something far more valuable: awareness. Awareness that she didn't need to prove her worth. She just needed to return to it. Carl Jung taught that the soul doesn't scream for your attention. It waits. It doesn't need you to achieve or perform to be worthy of your own love. In fact, the more you push, strive, and control, the more disconnected you become from what truly matters. Letting go, therefore, is not giving up. It's waking up. When you surrender the need to control every outcome, you begin to trust the natural unfolding of life. You begin to see that you are not behind or broken. You are simply being asked to rest in your being. In that sacred pause, creativity returns, clarity rises, emotional wounds begin to mend, because the soul, as Jung said, speaks in silence, symbols, and dreams, not in metrics, deadlines, or perfection. And when you finally stop doing, you begin to remember that peace was never something to chase. It was always something to allow. So if you're exhausted from carrying too much, maybe it's time to stop. Not because you failed, but because your soul is asking you to. Let your healing begin in the stillness. Let your clarity be born in the quiet. Because according to Carl Jung, doing nothing isn't a break from life. It's where life truly begins. 9. The soul speaks in stillness, not striving. When you stop striving, chasing, fixing, or performing for the world, something extraordinary begins to happen. Your true self slowly rises from the depths of your being. Carl Jung understood this truth when he said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." The soul doesn't emerge through noise, urgency, or effort. It awakens through stillness, through the sacred pause where the unconscious finally breathes, and the spiritual dimension of your being can begin to speak. We've been conditioned to believe that the more we do, the more worthy we become. But this is the great illusion. In reality, the deepest transformation begins not in effort, but in allowing. The moment you stop trying to be someone for others and start resting in your essence, your entire frequency changes. Stillness is not a void. It's a sacred space where clarity begins, where your intuition whispers, and where your past wounds begin to unravel in the quiet embrace of presence. In that spiritual silence, you begin to hear the truth that was buried under years of noise and conditioning. The soul doesn't rush. It doesn't scream. It remembers. And in that remembering, you realize you were never broken. only buried beneath layers of survival patterns, people-pleasing, and unconscious striving. Letting go isn't giving up. It's waking up. It's returning to a frequency that feels like peace without needing proof, love without performance, and worth without achievement. The ego fears this stillness because it cannot control it. But the soul flourishes in it because this is where it finds God, source, spirit, whatever you choose to call the sacred. When you finally stop, you don't collapse, you expand. You don't fade, you illuminate. And suddenly, you're no longer chasing your path. You're walking it with presence, with grace, and with a quiet kind of power that doesn't need to be explained to be felt. You don't need to be seen by the world to know who you are. The soul doesn't need an audience. It only needs alignment. Letting go of the need to constantly do is one of the most spiritual acts of rebellion in a world addicted to noise. It's a radical return to the self, a remembrance that you are already whole, already enough, already in rhythm with the greater unfolding. And when you truly understand this, you stop looking for signs and start becoming one. The moment you release the grip of control, you open your hands to receive everything that was meant for you all along. Not because you chased it, but because you aligned with it. And that is where your soul begins to lead. To affirm your devotion to inner stillness, comment below, "I choose stillness." Let this be your quiet vow to listen more deeply, trust your soul, and inspire others to do the same. Thank you for joining us on this journey into Carl Jung's powerful insight. That true transformation doesn't come from doing more, but from learning to let go. If today's message helped you pause, reflect, or feel more aligned with your soul's deeper rhythm, we invite you to become part of our growing community. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of clarity, healing, and awakening in our future videos. Let go and let your soul lead. 10 signs you're both thinking about each other right now. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt someone's presence so strongly, even when they're not around? That moment when your heart stirs for no reason, your thoughts drift to a specific person, and deep down, you sense they're thinking of you too. In this video from Spiritual Wisdom, we explore 10 powerful signs that reveal a mutual, psychic connection between souls, something Carl Jung deeply understood through the lens of synchronicity and the collective unconscious. As you listen, reflect on your own experiences. Have you ever felt this invisible bond with someone? Comment below with, "I've felt it," if any of these signs resonate with your soul, and share your own story. Let's begin this journey inward, because recognizing these signs could be the key to your own spiritual growth, emotional clarity, and a deeper understanding of the invisible threads that connect us all. 1. Mutual thought is real and symbolic, not coincidence. Carl Jung believed that when two people think of each other at the same time, it's not just a coincidence, it's a sign of something deeper, psychic resonance. It means their unconscious minds are silently communicating through emotion, symbols, and synchronicity beyond logic, beyond distance, and beyond time. You may think it's just a random memory when someone suddenly enters your thoughts, but Jung's insight reveals that your soul is picking up on an energetic signal. It's not just you remembering them, it's them remembering you too, and your soul is listening. These moments are often charged with emotion. You might feel an intense wave come over you for no reason, a sudden ache in your chest, a sense of longing, or even a burst of joy. That's not imagination. That's the resonance. It's as if your inner world is mirroring theirs. Jung taught that the unconscious speaks through archetypes and dreams, and when two souls are bonded, they can communicate symbolically across invisible planes. This can happen through synchronicity, those strange, meaningful coincidences that defy rational explanation. You think of someone, and then a song that reminds you of them plays. You dream of them, and the next day, they call or text. You feel their presence, even when they're not around. These aren't accidents, they're spiritual signals, expressions of the soul's language. The more emotionally significant the bond, the stronger the current. Your thoughts act like beacons, and when they think of you too, that energetic connection lights up like a frequency being matched. Jung would call this the bridge between two psyches, and when both are tuned in, what's felt is not illusion, it's mutual soul contact. Sometimes, it arrives as a sudden inner pull. Your attention is drawn toward them without warning. Or maybe you've felt a shift in your mood that isn't yours, a mysterious feeling that seems to belong to someone else. In moments like that, it's very likely you're not just thinking of them, you're feeling their energy, because your souls are still in dialogue. It may even feel like a quiet telepathy. And if you pause long enough, you'll notice how often these moments happen when you're emotionally open or still, as if your soul needs silence to hear theirs. Jung believed that these deep psychic links form especially in relationships that carry strong emotional weight, whether it's unresolved love, karmic ties, or even soul contracts. The connection can persist even when there's no physical contact. Time doesn't sever it. Distance doesn't dull it. That's because the soul operates in a realm where time is circular and energy is the currency. So when you find yourself unable to stop thinking of them and the signs begin to show up everywhere, don't rush to explain it away. You're not going crazy. You're simply experiencing the invisible tether of two souls acknowledging each other across dimensions. The connection is real. Your feelings are real. And if your soul feels it, trust that theirs might be feeling it too. If you believe that mutual thought is more than coincidence and you're ready to explore the deeper language of the soul, comment below. I feel the connection to affirm your journey into psychic resonance and spiritual awakening. 2. The collective unconscious creates psychic links. Carl Jung's theory of the collective unconscious reveals that we are all interconnected through a deep symbolic realm that transcends language, distance, and time. When you suddenly think of someone and feel a surge of emotion without any external trigger, it's often because both of you are subconsciously tapping into the same archetypal energy. Whether it's that of a lover, a twin soul, or even a shadow bond. These aren't just memories or random thoughts. They're messages carried through a shared psychic field, a language of symbols and emotions that bypasses logic. This is why two people can think of each other at the exact same moment, dream of one another on the same night, or experience a synchronicity that ties their timelines together. You may be going about your ordinary day at work, folding laundry, or sipping coffee when suddenly a wave of feeling hits you. A name enters your mind. A song plays that reminds you of them, or your chest tightens like they're thinking of you too. These moments are not just emotional flukes. They are soul signals traveling through the fabric of Jung's collective unconscious, an invisible thread connecting your inner world to someone else's. In the real world, this often shows up in ways that make you pause. Maybe you keep seeing their initials everywhere. Maybe you get a text from them after months of silence, right after dreaming about them. Or perhaps you've been trying to forget them, yet you feel their presence at random times as if they're silently calling out to you from a distance. It's tempting to brush these moments off, to tell yourself you're imagining things or being dramatic. But Carl Jung would say otherwise. He believed that such psychic links are not only real, they're deeply meaningful. They point to unresolved energy, mutual longing, shared growth, or even mirrored wounds. And often, they are part of the individuation process, a journey where your soul seeks to become whole through reflection, connection, and sometimes through letting go. This idea becomes even more profound when we consider how disconnected modern life has become. With notifications, scrolling, and noise all around, it's easy to lose touch with the quiet signals of the soul. Yet despite the chaos, you might still find yourself waking up at 2 a.m. with their name in your heart, or walking down the street only to feel like someone is thinking about you. These are not coincidences. They are whispers from the unconscious, reminding you that connection isn't limited to physical interaction. You don't need a message to know someone is thinking of you. Sometimes, your spirit just knows. And that knowledge comes from a place that Carl Jung explored in depth. A place where the unconscious binds two souls through emotion, timing, and symbols. So the next time this happens to you, don't ignore it. Ask yourself, what is this connection showing me? What part of me is being reflected back through them? Am I still holding on to something? Or am I being called to honor a bond that's evolving, transforming, or completing its purpose? These moments are not there to confuse you. They are invitations to listen to your soul more closely. Because in Jungian terms, when your unconscious lights up with memory, longing, or spiritual pull, it's rarely without reason. It's the manifestation of connection at its most mystical and intimate level. 3. Synchronicities reveal the hidden bond. When you think about someone and their name suddenly shows up on a billboard, in a song lyric, or in the middle of a conversation with someone else, that's not just coincidence, it's synchronicity, a spiritual alignment between your inner world and the outer one. Carl Jung called it a meaningful coincidence. But it's more than just timing. It's a reflection of an energetic bond that words can't quite capture. It's as if your soul is sending out a signal, and the universe replies with signs repeating numbers, shared dreams, spontaneous memories, or sudden emotional waves that make no rational sense. These signs aren't random. They're the language of spirit, confirming that someone else is thinking about you too. You feel them without touching them. You hear them without speaking. You sense them in the silence, in the symbols, in the synchronicities that won't leave you alone. When these signs start to cluster, like dreaming about someone and waking up to a message from them, or thinking about them and hearing your shared song in a store, it's not fantasy, it's frequency. Your energy is tuned to theirs, And the more spiritually awake you become, the more sensitive you are to this hidden dialogue between souls. Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." That's why when you feel this energetic echo, it's your unconscious recognizing a mutual connection that's trying to surface. The mind may not always understand, but the heart always knows. Spiritual bonds don't rely on logic or proximity. They rely on energy. Two people can be miles apart, yet still feel each other's presence as if they never left. Have you ever suddenly felt a warmth in your chest or a tightening in your gut without knowing why, only to hear from that person later? That's the soul's radar. That's intuition aligning with reality. Einstein reminded us, everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. So when two souls are thinking of each other at the same time, that connection doesn't vanish into nothing. It vibrates through the field of consciousness until it manifests as synchronicity. It's the universe's way of saying, pay attention. Every repeated symbol is a spiritual breadcrumb. Every sign a whisper from something higher that affirms the invisible thread still exists between you. And sometimes, those signs won't stop until you acknowledge them. The more open you are to your spiritual nature, the clearer these signs become. Don't dismiss them. Don't rationalize them away. Feel them. Receive them. Because the spiritual world doesn't shout. It whispers through moments, numbers, lyrics, glances, and dreams. It teaches us that the real connection isn't always in the physical, but in the soul's ability to recognize itself in another, across space and time, through the mysterious rhythm of synchronicity. If you've ever felt the universe send you a sign, this message is for you. Comment below, "I trust divine synchronicity," if you're ready to recognize the hidden bonds that guide your path. 4. Strong emotions, dreams, and physical sensations are psychic clues. You may feel a sudden rush of sadness, joy, or longing without any clear trigger. Or perhaps you wake up from a dream so vivid and emotionally charged that it lingers with you all day. Your skin might erupt in goosebumps. Your heart may skip a beat, or you sense a strange warmth or pressure in your chest, as if someone just whispered your name from another realm. These aren't random moments. In the lens of Jungian psychology, they are psychic clues, energetic ripples from another soul who is thinking of you in that very moment. Carl Jung believed that when two souls are connected on a deep unconscious level, they can communicate without speaking, using dreams, emotions, and bodily sensations as their language. These moments are emotional echoes, imprints of another's presence in your energetic field. When you experience them, your soul is responding to a message from someone else's thoughts, someone who may be missing you, yearning for you, or simply remembering you with intensity. It's not always logical or explainable in physical terms, because the soul speaks through the symbolic, the emotional, the invisible. This is the realm where synchronicity lives, the meaningful coincidences that seem too precise to ignore. When your inner world shifts for no obvious reason, it may be because your soul is registering someone else's emotional frequency. Your body becomes the receiver, your dreams the canvas, your feelings the translation of an unseen interaction. These experiences often come with small signs: a clock striking at an unusual time, a familiar song playing out of nowhere, a scent that brings them back to you like a ghost of memory. And if you're truly attuned to your own emotional landscape, You'll notice how these signs don't feel random. They feel personal, intimate, like the invisible thread that still binds your soul to theirs is being tugged. Jung taught us to pay attention to symbols and to trust the unconscious, because the truth of a soul connection doesn't always reveal itself in words. It shows up in energy, in timing, in the way your heart reacts without permission. So if you've been thinking about someone and then feel something stir within you that you can't quite explain, trust that your soul might not be alone in that moment. They could be thinking about you too, sending a signal across the space between your bodies, straight into the core of your being and your soul. Always awake, always listening, and responding in kind. 5. Projection and inner archetypes. Explain the obsession. Have you ever wondered why someone lingers in your mind long after they're gone, as if their presence has carved itself into your soul? According to Carl Jung, it's not always about the person. It's about what they awaken in you. When two people meet and experience an intense connection, it often comes from something far deeper than shared interests or attraction. Jung's theory of projection helps explain this, how we unconsciously project our hidden desires, wounds, and unmet needs onto others. Within each man exists an inner feminine called the anima, and within each woman lives an inner masculine known as the animus. These archetypes are not just romantic fantasies, they're psychological blueprints formed by early childhood experiences, parental dynamics, and the emotional imprints of the past. So when someone steps into your life and instantly feels like home, it's usually because they embody your inner archetype. You're not simply drawn to them. You're drawn to the parts of yourself they unknowingly mirror. That's why it feels so soul deep. If both people are projecting at the same time, this creates an energetic loop that feels magnetic, divine, even fated. But it's not necessarily about them as a person. It's about the symbolic role they're playing in your inner world. You could meet someone once, share a short conversation, and yet they haunt your thoughts for years, not because they were your soulmate, but because they awakened a dormant part of your psyche. In real life, this looks like a man in a safe, routine life being completely captivated by a woman who radiates wildness, emotion, or mystery qualities he buried long ago. Or a woman stuck in over-responsibility, becoming infatuated with a carefree man who mirrors her suppressed desire for freedom. These people stir your soul because they activate something you've forgotten, rejected, or longed for in silence. Jung warned that unless we become aware of these inner dynamics, we will continue to fall for projections and call it destiny. This is why some of the most intense relationships burn fast and leave emotional ashes behind. They weren't meant to complete you. They were meant to reveal you. The obsession, the psychic pull, the inability to let go, it's not always a sign to run after them. It's often a sign to run inward. What is this person mirroring back to me? What part of myself do I need to reclaim, heal, or reintegrate? When you take back the energy you've projected, you reclaim your power. You no longer chase shadows. You become whole. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. If you're ready to explore your inner archetypes and stop chasing projections, comment below. I am ready to meet my true self. 6. Mutual thinking can be triggered during emotional shifts or transformation. During intense emotional transitions, whether it's heartbreak, personal growth, grief, or a spiritual awakening, your unconscious becomes more active, and certain people begin to resurface in your thoughts, not by chance, but because they were deeply tied to who you once were. They weren't just people. They were emotional anchors, mirrors of your old self, containers of energy from a time when your soul was still learning how to carry certain emotions. And the reason they come to mind now is because something within you is shifting, evolving, transforming, and in that transformation, the soul reaches backward to reconcile what was once unfinished, what was once deeply felt. Carl Jung believed that these moments are not random. He called them synchronicities, psychic events that mirror something meaningful within. So if you suddenly start thinking about someone during a time of change, chances are they're thinking about you too. That connection is not always logical, but it is spiritual. It's energy responding to energy, vibration calling to vibration. The emotional imprint they left on you is being reactivated, not because you're stuck in the past, but because your evolution has brought you full circle. Think about how, during heartbreak or awakening, people you haven't seen in years suddenly appear in your dreams, or you feel compelled to look them up, or their name shows up unexpectedly. It's not coincidence, it's resonance. The soul operates beyond time, and those you share deep emotional experiences with remain energetically bonded to your inner world. Sometimes, this mutual thinking is the soul's way of releasing something that was never fully processed. Other times, it's a signal that the connection still matters on a spiritual level. Just like Rumi said, don't get lost in your pain. Know that one day, your pain will become your cure. These connections that resurface in moments of emotional movement are not there to haunt you. They are there to guide you into healing, into clarity, into self-acceptance. They remind you that your story is layered, and no version of you ever disappears without a trace. And if they're thinking about you too, it's because their soul is catching the ripple of yours. It's a sacred echo, not a coincidence. So trust that in your spiritual evolution, the mind will sometimes bring the heart back to those who helped shape it, not to stay, but to understand. 7. Telepathic signs suggest inner dialogue. You might finish their sentences before they say a word, feel a deep emotion out of nowhere, only to later find out they were experiencing the exact same thing, or suddenly know they're about to message you, and they do. Carl Jung called this psychic simultaneity, not magic, but a symbolic synchronicity, where two psyches are so aligned that they vibrate at the same unconscious frequency. It's not about fantasy or delusion. It's about soul resonance, where thoughts, emotions, and energetic signals move silently between two people without the need for words. This kind of connection is not rare when the bond is soul deep. It's when your nervous system reacts to theirs without permission, when your dreams become shared messages, and when your intuition becomes a bridge that transmits what they feel before they even admit it to themselves. These are not coincidences. They are psychological echoes of a spiritual link that Jung believed could not be explained by time or space. You think of them, and they call. You feel their sadness before they speak. You sense their pull as if your body was wired to their emotional current. The soul speaks a language older than words, one made of energy, symbol, and emotion. And when two souls are bound in this way, what you're experiencing is unconscious communication at its purest. Jung said that the psyche is not contained within the individual, but shared through a collective unconscious, meaning your bond may be written in layers of archetypal memory and timeless emotion. You don't need proof, because your entire being already feels it. This connection creates a rhythm, one that beats beneath the surface of your ordinary life, whispering truths when silence falls. You may not understand how you knew, but your soul does. You may not see the evidence, but you feel the pulse. And this pulse is a sacred frequency, a reminder that the bond you share isn't imagined. It's encoded in the way your thoughts mirror each other, your hearts respond to one another, and your energies collide without permission. When your soul is in tune with someone else's, thinking about them is never a one-way street. It's a mirror, and every reflection is a message sent and received through the invisible threads of your shared consciousness. Do you feel the connection before it even happens? If you believe in this silent soul dialogue, declare it in the comments. Our souls speak beyond words, and I believe. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of spiritual wisdom. 8. Creative and life decisions may be shaped by the bond. When you find yourself making creative choices, shifting your lifestyle, or feeling emotionally pulled in a direction that seems to revolve around someone you're no longer connected to, it's not always about desire or obsession sometimes. It's your deeper self trying to speak through the bond. Carl Jung believed that certain people enter our lives not just to stay, but to serve as powerful symbols through which the unconscious communicates and initiates inner transformation. Their presence lingers not to haunt you, but to mirror back pieces of your identity you may have forgotten or suppressed. You might notice that your artistic expression subtly begins to reflect their energy colors, themes, or emotions you associate with them start showing up in your writing, painting, or music. Or perhaps you feel called to pivot in your career, chase something more meaningful, or emotionally mature in ways you never thought necessary before that connection. According to Jung, this isn't coincidence. It's a sacred psychological process where the other becomes a projection of your own inner landscape, a living metaphor guiding you toward growth. It's not them directing your life, it's your soul, using their image as a compass. In today's world, it might look like a woman who spent years in a sterile office, suddenly feeling drawn to humanitarian work because her thoughts keep circling back to someone she once loved who embodied that mission. Even though they've lost contact, the seed he planted in her consciousness now blossoms as a life of purpose. Jung would say that what she was really awakening was not about him. It was her inner archetype, her anima, calling her home. That's why these connections feel so intense and enduring, even without physical presence. The energy you feel is not a ghost, it's a guiding light. What appears to be fixation is often focused transformation. Your dreams, your urges, your spontaneous decisions, they're not irrational. They're soul signals. The bond might never return in the form you once knew, but its symbolic power continues to sculpt your journey. As Carl Jung taught, the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. The real question is not whether they're thinking of you too, but what part of your true self they've helped you remember and what you're going to do with that. 9. The goal isn't reunion, it's integration. When someone occupies your thoughts so intensely it feels like they've become part of your emotional bloodstream, it's easy to believe the universe is urging a reunion. But Carl Jung offers a deeper, more spiritual truth. He called it archetypal possession, when a person outside of you becomes a symbol of something unresolved within. They're not just a person anymore. They've become a mirror, holding the image of an unintegrated part of your soul. The longing you feel may have little to do with them and everything to do with what they've stirred in you. Qualities you've lost, emotions you've buried, or desires you've been too afraid to claim. Jung taught that the unconscious speaks in symbols and relationships, and when you can't stop thinking about someone, your psyche is likely using them to draw your attention inward. Spiritually, this isn't an obsession, it's initiation. The person is a catalyst, not a destination. They may have awakened your creativity, courage, tenderness, or even your pain, but what matters is that it's yours. And the healing doesn't come by chasing them. It comes by reclaiming what they represent. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." And that's exactly what happens when you mistake this kind of psychic intensity for romantic destiny. The truth is, the goal isn't reunion, it's integration. You're meant to withdraw the projection, retrieve your energy, and become whole again. That's when everything shifts. You begin to think about them without aching. You feel love without clinging. You remember them not as the one who got away, but as the one who showed you a piece of yourself you had forgotten. And as that piece reintegrates, you no longer need them to feel complete, because your soul has already come home. This is what spiritual growth looks like. It's messy, mysterious, and often disguised as heartbreak. But beneath the pain lies transformation. You stop reaching outward and start rising inward. And in that sacred return to self, you realize they weren't your answer. They were your mirror. The true reunion was never with them. It was with you. If this message resonated with your soul, affirm your healing journey in the comments. I reclaim my energy. I integrate the lessons. I am whole. 10. Mutual thinking leads you back to yourself. Have you ever found yourself thinking about someone so intensely, so vividly, that it almost feels like they're right there with you, only to discover later that they were thinking of you too? Carl Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." And that transformation is often sparked through what feels like a mutual psychic bond, a soul-level recognition that transcends logic and time. These moments of intense synchronicity aren't random. They are symbolic echoes of a deeper inner process, a sacred mirror showing you where your energy is flowing and where your becoming is taking shape. When you feel as though someone is living in your mind, occupying emotional real estate without invitation, what's truly happening is that a part of your soul is trying to speak to you through the projection of that person. Jung believed that the unconscious communicates through symbols, and often the person you can't stop thinking about is not merely them at all. It's your own unclaimed energy, your unlived desires, your unhealed patterns personified. Mutual thinking, then, becomes a portal not just to connection, but to revelation. If they're thinking about you too, it's because the energetic field between you still holds unresolved frequency, a soul contract, or a shared psychic terrain where transformation is still unfolding. As you begin to explore the signs like sudden emotional waves, dreaming of them, hearing their name repeatedly, or feeling a strange calm when their memory surfaces, you're being invited into your own initiation. These experiences aren't just coincidences. They're clues from your inner world, asking you to look deeper, to listen to what your intuition already knows, but your mind might not yet grasp. And when that pull becomes too loud to ignore, the real invitation is not to chase the other person, but to reclaim your own psychic energy, to integrate the archetype they represent in your story. That's when everything shifts. The obsession dissolves, the haunting presence quiets, and what's left is something sacred, not a wound, but a thread. A soul thread, one that no longer binds you in longing, but connects you to meaning. In that moment, you don't just return to yourself, you recognize that you were never lost to begin with. The other person was simply the mirror, and the mirror, once understood, reflects not a face, but a truth. This is what it means to come home to the self, not by severing connection, but by understanding its deeper purpose. The moment mutual thought leads you back to your own center, that's the moment the soul awakens and says, "Ah, I remember who I am." And if you've seen these signs in your own life, those sudden thoughts, dreams, or deep emotional shifts, you're not crazy. And it's not just coincidence. As Carl Jung taught, the psyche speaks in symbols, synchronicities, and energy, not always in words. When two souls are deeply connected, distance and silence can't sever that bond. So trust your intuition. It may be whispering truths your mind hasn't yet understood. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more powerful insights on the unseen forces guiding our lives. And make sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss the next soul awakening message. Six signs that you came to close cycles. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung once said, "Have you ever felt an invisible thread pulling you towards certain people, patterns, or pain that doesn't seem to be yours?" That's because some of us didn't just come here to live. We came to close cycles, to heal what others could not, and to end stories written long before us. In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore 6 powerful signs that reveal whether your soul has chosen this sacred mission of completion and transformation. As you listen, reflect on your own life. Are you here to break generational chains or karmic loops? Let us know in the comments below which signs resonate with your journey. And don't forget to like and subscribe to stay connected on your path of spiritual awakening. 1. Sacred discomfort with the old normal. You start to feel it like a quiet tremor beneath your daily routine, an unease that no longer lets you laugh at the jokes you once did, a sense of misalignment in conversations that used to feel normal. You're not angry. You're not broken. You're simply no longer available for the roles you used to play in silence. Carl Jung believed that transformation begins when the unconscious starts to rise into consciousness, not as an idea, but as a discomfort. And this is what's happening. The old normal doesn't feel safe anymore because your soul has matured beyond survival. You begin to see that emotional silence isn't strength, it's suppression. That sacrifice without truth isn't love, it's spiritual abandonment. And suddenly, every dinner table conversation that avoids the real issues feels like a betrayal of your own being. You're not imagining this shift. You're feeling the psychic weight of generations that taught you to swallow your truth, smile to keep the peace, and stay silent to earn belonging. But now, your soul is whispering something different. It's whispering, this story ends with you. You're no longer able to stay numb to what your ancestors were forced to endure. You wake up and feel the ache of everything that was never healed. Jung would say, this is the moment the archetype of the wounded healer rises in you. You're being asked not to rebel, but to reconcile. Not to hate the past, but to bring it into the light. And that light begins as a subtle refusal. You stop laughing at the pain masked as humor. You stop apologizing for your sensitivity. And you stop betraying your body just to stay in rooms that make your soul feel small. It's not drama. It's depth. The soul doesn't scream. It withdraws. It doesn't rage. It becomes still. And in that stillness, everything becomes visible. The generational patterns, the unspoken grief, the conditioned roles that taught you love was something you earned by disappearing. You begin to crave intimacy that doesn't cost your peace. You start needing conversations where your nervous system doesn't brace for impact. And the things you used to chase, approval, validation, harmony at any cost, start to feel heavy and false. This is the spiritual sign that the cycle is closing. Your soul didn't incarnate to repeat trauma loops in prettier costumes. It came to unearth the root, to sit with it, to name it, and to no longer be afraid of what truth might cost. Because you've realized the real cost was never speaking it. The real betrayal was betraying yourself. And so you choose to pause before you respond. You breathe deeper when the old wound flares. You say no with love. And each small choice you make in alignment with your soul's truth becomes a sacred act of liberation, not just for you, but for every ancestor watching you do what they couldn't. Your discomfort is holy. It's the sign that your nervous system is detoxing from lifetimes of silence. It's your soul remembering that it didn't come to perform. It came to embody. You are not just healing yourself. You are collapsing timelines. You are freeing stories. And though the path may feel lonely at times, it is deeply guided. Because you are not here to be accepted by the old world. You are here to birth a new one through the power of your presence, through the courage to feel deeply, to speak honestly, and to love without self-erasure. And in that act of sacred discomfort, your soul completes what history left unfinished. 2. Emotional resonance with stories. You never lived. You've probably had moments where a story, a film, or even a few words from someone else stirred something so deep inside you that it felt like grief, but not yours. A sorrow without a source, a memory that doesn't belong to you, yet lives in you as if passed down through the bloodstream. Carl Jung believed these moments are not coincidences or imagination gone wild. They are soul-level responses to psychic imprints buried in the collective unconscious, especially within our ancestral bloodlines. You didn't have to live the tragedy to carry its echo. Your soul is attuned to the unfinished emotional business of those who came before you. When you feel an ache for injustices you've never endured, when tears rise for stories you've never lived, it's not weakness. It's not a drama. It's not even purely empathy. It's a sacred inheritance, a spiritual appointment to bear witness, to feel what others could not express, and perhaps to begin the healing they never had the space or safety to do. Your sensitivity is not just your own. It's a signal that you've been called to close a cycle. Jung taught that what is not brought to consciousness comes to us as fate, and what many of us interpret as random emotional overwhelm may actually be soul work demanding our attention. Take, for instance, the story of a man who always felt inexplicably terrified of fire. He'd never been burned, never had an accident, and yet every time he passed by a bonfire or lit a match, his chest would tighten and anxiety would spike. It wasn't until he sat down with his grandmother one day that he learned their family home had burned to the ground generations ago, killing 2 small children. It was never spoken of again, but his body remembered. His soul remembered. Carl Jung would say this man had entered a symbolic confrontation with the forgotten he was being asked by life to acknowledge what had been repressed in his bloodline. Because when trauma is not healed, it is passed down, not only in DNA, but in dreams, fears, and sensitivities we can't explain. These psychic hand-me-downs become part of our soul's curriculum, and the emotional resonance we feel is the signal that we are standing at the edge of closure. This is why those who are highly sensitive often feel burdened or broken. But they're not. They are spiritually awake, often chosen to finish emotional stories left incomplete. When you experience this kind of unexplainable sadness or pain, don't push it away. Lean in. Ask what story is trying to be told through you. Maybe it's the grief of a silenced mother, the unwept tears of a father who was taught never to cry, the trauma of an ancestor who lived through war or exile. These echoes are not illusions. They're sacred fragments of the human soul, asking to be held, acknowledged, and released. Jung believed in the power of facing the shadow of those buried aspects of psyche that hold the key to freedom. And when you honor your emotional reactions, even when they seem irrational, you are turning toward the shadow with love, not fear. This is how you begin to alchemize pain into purpose. So the next time you feel an ancient sadness rising up, remember it might not be just yours, but it's yours to transform. You are not just healing for yourself. You are healing backwards and forwards through time. You are the threshold where suffering ends and sacred remembrance begins. This is what it means to close a cycle, not by force, not by denial, but by honoring the soul's subtle language through emotion, through intuition, through resonance. Carl Jung didn't just map the unconscious, he illuminated the path toward wholeness. And every tear you shed for a story unspoken is a step on that sacred journey. Have you ever felt emotions from stories you never lived, as if they were your own? If so, share your experience in the comments so others can connect. If not, comment, "I will listen," and let's explore this sacred inheritance together. 3. Feeling different or misunderstood. You've always known there was something different about you, not in an arrogant or dramatic way, but in the quiet, subtle knowing that your soul didn't quite move at the same rhythm as those around you. Even in rooms full of warmth, even in the embrace of love, you felt like a distant observer, as if you were tuned into a deeper frequency that no one else could hear. From a young age, you sensed things that others brushed off: a sudden shift in energy, a buried emotion, a truth behind the silence. While the world around you seemed content to follow inherited scripts, something in you refused to play along. You weren't being rebellious for the sake of rebellion. You were awakening to something ancient in your spirit, something that whispered, "This isn't yours to carry. This ends with you." According to Carl Jung, this quiet rebellion against the unconscious pull of the collective is called individuation, the spiritual process of becoming whole by breaking away from inherited identities, social masks, and ancestral patterns. You were not born to conform. You were born to see clearly, to feel deeply, and to heal bravely. When you feel like an outsider, it's not because you're flawed, it's because you're forged for a sacred purpose. Your soul did not come here to fit into a cycle, it came to close it. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. You are the one who stops calling it fate. You are the one who finally sees the invisible strings, the generational beliefs, the unspoken traumas, the inherited guilt, and dares to untangle them. And yet, this role is not glamorous. It is often lonely, exhausting, and misunderstood. But it is also profoundly spiritual, because through your awareness, cycles dissolve. Through your compassion, healing enters bloodlines. Through your truth, patterns collapse and something new is born. You might question why the weight feels heavier on your shoulders than others. Why are you the one who asks hard questions at family gatherings? The one who walks away from traditions that never felt right? The one who cries over pain that isn't technically yours? But the soul recognizes what the mind cannot explain. That some spirits are sent not just to live, but to remember, to unravel, and to restore what was lost generations ago. Your spiritual sensitivity is not an accident. It is the evidence that you were chosen by something greater, something divine, to rewrite the emotional DNA of your family line. What felt like alienation is actually initiation, and what once felt like exile is sacred preparation. So, if you've spent your life feeling different, don't numb it. Don't hide it. Don't wish it away. That difference is your map. It's how your soul speaks. It's how the universe lets you know. You are not here to repeat. You are here to redeem. You are not broken. You are breaking cycles. You are not lost. You are leading your lineage home. And even if no one claps for you, even if no one understands the spiritual labor of being the first to feel it all, you must continue. Because somewhere in your bones, your ancestors are whispering, "Thank you." 4. Understanding your choices impact generations. You begin to realize that your healing is no longer just a personal journey. It's a spiritual assignment given to your soul, one that reaches across generations like roots spreading through sacred soil. The boundaries you now have the strength to set, the painful truths you finally speak aloud, the heavy ancestral patterns you choose to stop repeating, these are not isolated acts of self-help. They are acts of soul liberation. Carl Jung believed that the unconscious of the individual is inseparable from the collective, and in that realization, your decisions gain cosmic weight. You are not just healing your own trauma. You are rewriting the emotional code of your entire bloodline. Every time you choose love over fear, clarity over confusion, and truth over suppression, you are offering a blessing not only to yourself, but to those who came before and those who will come after. When you stop participating in cycles that have plagued your family for decades, cycles of silence, addiction, betrayal, or emotional abandonment, you become the first link in a new chain. You are not being dramatic or rebellious. You are being divinely responsible. Your soul has decided it's time to interrupt the rhythm of dysfunction with the heartbeat of consciousness. This isn't about blame. It's about recognition, about understanding that the same patterns that hurt you once also shaped your parents and grandparents. You choose to no longer be a silent participant in inherited suffering. You choose to become the sacred disruptor. And through that disruption, something miraculous happens. Healing becomes collective. Like a ripple in water, your healing creates a frequency shift that reaches relatives you've never met and descendants you'll never see. To live authentically in the face of centuries of suppression is a holy rebellion. You start to see your daily decisions as rituals, your voice as sacred, and your emotional clarity as a beacon for others still trapped in the fog. When you say no, you're not rejecting love. You're demanding a higher form of it. When you walk away, you're not abandoning your past. You're honoring your future. The courage it takes to do this cannot be overstated. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." But you are no longer living on autopilot. You are turning fate into choice, pain into wisdom, shame into strength. And as your soul awakens, so does your responsibility to live with intention, with compassion, and with spiritual integrity. In this process, even your stillness becomes powerful. The moments when you pause to breathe instead of react, when you sit with discomfort instead of numbing it, these are sacred moments of soul alchemy. You begin to sense that the universe is not just watching, it is co-creating with you. Your inner transformation becomes a map for others, even if they never thank you or understand you. That doesn't matter. The soul does not work for applause. It works for alignment. You become a living prayer. And while the world may never fully know what you've overcome, your energy will speak louder than words ever could. Your ancestors feel it. The future feels it. And most importantly, your soul feels it. Subscribe to our channel and join a community committed to conscious living and generational healing. Here, we share wisdom that empowers you to break cycles, live authentically, and create ripples of transformation across time. Remember, your healing is a gift not just to yourself, but to every soul connected to you. 5. The urge to cleanse emotionally and spiritually. When Carl Jung spoke of the individuation process, he wasn't referring to something abstract or intellectual. It was, at its core, a spiritual cleansing of the soul. One of the deepest signs that you're closing a karmic or emotional cycle is this overwhelming urge to let go, not just of the physical clutter in your environment, but of the internal baggage that has quietly shaped your identity. Suddenly, objects around you seem to hum with old energies. The photo albums, the keepsakes, the clothing tucked away in the back of your closet, each item whispers a memory, a role you once played, a chapter you've outgrown. But the deeper cleansing begins when you realize that it's not just your closet that needs organizing. It's your beliefs, your emotional contracts, your inherited patterns that no longer reflect who you've become. You begin asking, does this still align with the person I'm becoming? And that question, though simple, initiates a profound spiritual rebirth. You're not decluttering out of frustration or boredom. You're not purging to impress or to perfect. You're cleansing to free your soul from narratives that were never truly yours. You may find yourself releasing friendships that once made you feel seen, but now feel constricting. You may stop entertaining conversations that drain your energy, or pull away from family dynamics that keep you entangled in guilt, shame, or obligation. You're no longer available for roles that were assigned to you before you had the wisdom to choose for yourself. You realize that honoring your ancestors doesn't mean repeating their mistakes. It means healing what they couldn't and choosing a new way forward with clarity, compassion, and consciousness. Carl Jung once wrote, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." And this choosing the conscious release of emotional debris isn't an act of rebellion. It's an act of sacred reverence. You are honoring your past by refusing to be imprisoned by it. You are finally strong enough to let it go, not because it meant nothing, but because you've learned everything you were meant to learn from it. I once heard a story about a man who, after decades of chasing approval and clinging to his image of success, suddenly gave away nearly everything he owned. He wasn't running away. He wasn't trying to escape responsibility. He was answering a deeper call within a quiet voice that whispered, "It's time to come home to yourself." With every item he released, he felt lighter, clearer, more whole. It wasn't about the things, it was about reclaiming the energy they held and returning it to the soul. And that is the essence of what Carl Jung understood so well. True transformation is never about acquiring more. It's about removing what is false so what is real can emerge. As you continue this spiritual journey, you will notice that the more space you create internally and externally, the more clarity begins to flow into your life. Opportunities align. Relationships deepen or dissolve with grace. Silence becomes nourishing instead of frightening. You begin to feel your soul speaking not through noise, but through peace. And it is in this stillness that you finally recognize the difference between what you were conditioned to carry and what your soul came here to carry. So trust the cleansing. Trust the urge to let go. Trust the sacred discomfort of releasing what once felt necessary. Because when you do, you're not just closing a cycle, you're stepping into the most authentic, unburdened, radiant version of yourself that your soul always knew was waiting. 6. Keeping your heart open after pain. Despite the betrayal that cracked the foundation of your trust, the rejection that pierced through your confidence, and the abandonment that echoed in the silent corners of your soul, you have chosen the path that few dare to walk, and you kept your heart open. This isn't weakness. It's spiritual power in its most radiant, defiant form. You didn't shut down. You didn't turn cold. You didn't let the pain calcify your soul. Instead, you stood in the fire and allowed it to melt away everything false. Carl Jung said, "What is not transformed is repeated." And in your decision to remain soft, to feel deeply, and to continue loving in the face of heartbreak, You became the alchemist of your bloodline. You are breaking patterns not by screaming into the void, but by refusing to replicate the silence, the emotional withdrawal, and the bitterness that shaped so many before you. You tremble, but you don't retreat. You cry, but you don't shut down. You feel everything, and through that sacred willingness, you restore something ancient and forgotten in your lineage, the right to be whole. The world teaches us to armor up. It says, don't feel too much, don't love too hard, don't let them see you break. But spiritual truth whispers something far more courageous. Stay open, stay tender, stay human. And you listened. You allowed yourself to feel the sting of truth and still chose not to let it define your future. That's not just healing. That's rewriting the very language of your soul. Where others turned to stone, you turned to breath. Where others chose silence, you chose presence. Where others gave up on love, you decided that genuine, soul-deep, self-honoring love is still worth believing in. And this decision didn't come from some dreamy optimism. It came from spiritual maturity. Because only someone who has touched the depth of their pain can choose compassion over revenge, softness over cynicism, and wisdom over reaction. And it's in this space, this sacred tension between heartbreak and hope, where your true transformation begins. You are not just healing yourself. You are healing every woman who was told she had to toughen up to be respected. Every man who was taught that emotion was weakness. Every child who swallowed their truth to keep the peace. You carry their stories in your nervous system, and with every breath you take in self-respect, in forgiveness, in emotional presence, you give those stories a different ending. This is spiritual courage, the kind that doesn't announce itself, but changes everything. You don't need to shout to be heard by the universe. It sees the quiet revolutions. It sees the nights you chose prayer over panic. It sees the days you felt hollow, but still chose to show up with grace. That's what makes you a cycle breaker. That's what makes you powerful. In a world addicted to speed, to distractions, to pretending your ability to pause, to feel, and to stay present is a revolution. So no, you're not broken. You're not too sensitive. You're not naive. You are spiritually awake. You are the soul that came not to repeat the story, but to complete it. And the completion happens not in noise, not in vengeance, not in resistance, but in the silent, holy act of choosing to stay open even when it hurts. That is how the cycle ends. That is how the soul remembers its power. That is how true transformation begins. Leave your like, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful content like this. Keep walking your path of love and strength. Type in the comments, I choose to keep my heart open. Thank you for taking this journey with us. As you reflect on these 6 signs, remember that closing cycles is not about endings. It's about sacred beginnings. Trust that what no longer serves you is making space for what your soul truly needs. If this message resonated with you, please like the video, share it with someone who may need to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights that guide you toward transformation and spiritual growth. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos. Your path to wholeness continues one conscious step at a time. 8 subtle signs someone secretly hates you. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we uncover the hidden truths shaping your emotional and spiritual reality. Have you ever sensed that someone close to you is wearing a mask, saying the right words, smiling in your face, yet something inside you whispers that their energy tells a different story? In today's video, we'll explore 8 subtle but powerful signs that someone may secretly harbor resentment or hostility, even while pretending to be your friend. These insights come straight from Carl Jung's profound shadow psychology and will help you protect your peace, strengthen your intuition, and grow wiser in your relationships. As you listen, reflect on your own experiences. Have you ever felt this, but didn't know why? Comment below with "I trust my intuition" if you're ready to see through the masks and walk in greater spiritual clarity. 1. Contempt disguised as irony. Have you ever laughed along with someone only to feel a sting inside your chest moments later? A quiet ache you couldn't name, but one that lingered long after the conversation ended. Sometimes, what's dressed up as humor is actually something far darker. Contempt disguised as irony. Carl Jung taught that what we repress doesn't disappear. It slips out through the cracks in disguise, projected onto others, often without awareness. And one of the most common ways this projection shows up is through sarcasm, jokes, and backhanded compliments aimed directly at the soul of who you are. These people will smile as they stab, cloak hostility in humor, and then accuse you of being too sensitive when you finally speak up. This is not harmless teasing. This is shadow play. When someone frequently targets your insecurities under the guise of humor, it's a reflection of their own hidden wounds, unresolved envy, or inferiority energies too painful for them to admit, so they cast them onto you in a socially acceptable way. Jung called this projection a psychological defense mechanism that allows people to dump their unconscious emotions onto others. And in this case, they weaponize words while maintaining the appearance of friendliness. That's what makes it so confusing, so emotionally draining. You're left questioning yourself, wondering if you overreacted, when in fact, your intuition picked up on something very real. Sarcasm that leaves you feeling small, jokes that highlight your failures, and constant teasing that chips away at your self-worth are not signs of camaraderie, they are red flags. These subtle assaults may not leave bruises on the body, but they bruise the soul, and over time, they erode trust and connection. And when you confront this behavior, they rarely take responsibility. Instead, they pivot, deflect, or accuse. "I was only kidding," they'll say. Or worse, "You're just too emotional." This is gaslighting, a manipulation tactic designed to make you question your reality and silence your truth. But Carl Jung reminds us that our soul always knows. It knows when something feels off, even when the surface looks fine. Your discomfort is your guidance. Your hurt is not a weakness, it's a signal. And when you listen to that signal, you reclaim your power. You stop tolerating spiritual microaggressions that eat away at your self-esteem and start honoring your boundaries, your worth, and your emotional truth. These experiences aren't just psychological, they're deeply spiritual. Because when someone's shadow attacks your light, it's not a random act. It's a clash of frequencies. It's one soul reacting to the presence of another that reflects back their own fragmentation. So the next time someone makes you the butt of their jokes, pay attention not just to what they say, but to how your soul responds. Does your body tense? Does your spirit shrink? That's not a coincidence. It's a message. You are not here to be anyone's emotional dumpster or unconscious target. You are here to live in alignment with your soul's truth. And that means recognizing when love is false, even when it smiles. Because true connection doesn't humiliate, it uplifts. It doesn't provoke pain, it fosters safety. Your soul deserves nothing less. If you've ever felt the sting behind someone's joke, you're not alone. Carl Jung taught us that what people project often reveals more about them than it does about us. Comment, "I agree," if you've experienced sarcasm used as a mask for contempt, or "I don't think so." If you see it differently, we'd love to hear your perspective. 2. Subtle sabotage. They undermine you in ways so quiet, so cleverly disguised, that you question your own instincts, like when they conveniently forget to pass on crucial information, or give you advice that somehow always leads to confusion, delay, or failure. And just when you're about to rise, when that opportunity finally appears, or you're on the verge of achieving something important, here comes the complication, the mix-up, the emotional detour they help create. You wonder if it's bad luck, or maybe they're just overwhelmed. But when it keeps happening, a deeper truth starts to emerge. Carl Jung called this the manifestation of the shadow, the hidden, repressed part of the psyche that contains jealousy, insecurity, and unresolved wounds. When someone hasn't integrated their shadow, they often sabotage others, not out of malice, but because your growth threatens their carefully constructed identity. If your soul shines too brightly, it makes them feel the weight of their own unlived potential. They might not even realize they're doing it after all. The shadow works in secret, but you feel it. In the moment, they call your dream unrealistic, or offer support that's laced with hesitation, or celebrate you in public while sowing doubt in private. It happens at work, when a colleague leaves you out of an important email chain and later says, "Oh, I assumed you knew." It happens in friendships, when someone gives you bad advice and then watches from the sidelines as you struggle, offering comfort but never accountability. It happens in love, when a partner cheers for your ambition but subtly pulls away each time you get closer to your purpose. It's not the loud betrayal that wounds the soul. It's the 1,000 small acts of disguised resistance. Carl Jung warned that what we do not bring to consciousness will rule our lives. That includes the unconscious intentions of others. And if you ignore those subtle patterns long enough, your energy begins to fracture under the weight of constant second-guessing. The story many of us live is this: we begin to awaken, to speak our truth, to step into the life we feel called to lead. And instead of being met with celebration, we are met with silence, avoidance, and invisible walls. That's because your evolution triggers what others haven't healed. And their shadow wants one thing to bring you back to where it feels safe. But your soul didn't come here to play small. It came to remember. So you must learn to recognize the difference between someone who truly supports you and someone who only tolerates your light when it doesn't shine too far beyond theirs. Watch how they respond to your confidence, your boundaries, your peace. Because the ones who carry hidden envy will sabotage you in smiles. They will clap for your wins with one hand while plotting your doubt with the other. This isn't about paranoia. It's about self-respect. Trust the patterns, not just the words. Because when someone consistently causes confusion, delays your growth, or makes you feel smaller in their presence, it's not love, it's a shadow war. And the greatest act of spiritual strength is not confrontation, but clarity. You are not here to dim your light to protect someone else's insecurity. You are here to rise. As Carl Jung said, your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. Let this truth awaken you not to bitterness, but to boundaries. Not to suspicion, but to soul wisdom. Have you ever felt like someone was quietly working against you, subtly making things harder, without ever admitting it? If you've experienced this kind of sabotage, comment yes. If not, comment no. And if you're unsure, or it only happens sometimes, type sometimes below. Let's see how many of us have felt this hidden tension. 3. Silent competition. They smile when you share good news, but somehow you feel smaller afterward. You tell them about your promotion, and they respond with a bigger one. You mention your new car, and they talk about theirs being more expensive, faster, or rare. At first, you may brush it off as coincidence, but if you look closely, you'll begin to notice a pattern. They can't genuinely celebrate you unless they feel like they've surpassed you. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." And this truth cuts to the heart of silent competition. According to Jung's shadow psychology, this need to constantly one-up others is often not a sign of confidence, but a desperate attempt to mask a spiritual wound, a feeling of deep inadequacy that has been buried and never healed. These individuals unconsciously project their inner inferiority onto you, turning every interaction into a subtle contest that you never agreed to enter. What makes this even more confusing is that they often appear supportive on the surface. They might clap for you, but there's tension in the air, a strange energy that leaves you second-guessing your joy. They'll give you a compliment, but somehow twist the conversation to center themselves, reclaiming the spotlight in ways that are hard to call out without sounding petty. This behavior is often rooted in the fear of being invisible, of not mattering unless they're the best in the room. In spiritual terms, it's a form of ego possession, a shadow-driven defense mechanism that keeps them from facing their own sense of not being enough. They believe your success reflects their failure rather than recognizing that two souls can shine simultaneously. And if you've ever tried to dim your own light to make them feel more comfortable, you already know the high cost of staying connected to someone who's quietly competing with you. It becomes exhausting, draining your energy and dimming your spirit over time. Spiritually conscious relationships, on the other hand, celebrate mutual growth and expansion. There's no scoreboard, only genuine support. In a world where appearances often mask deeper truths, recognizing silent competition is not just about protecting your peace. It's about awakening to the subtle ways spiritual envy can hide behind fake smiles and polite applause. The goal isn't to confront or accuse, but to become more aware of the energies you allow into your space. As Jung reminds us, your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. So look inward, trust your intuition, and honor your soul's need for authentic connection. Because when someone is silently competing with you, they're not just diminishing your light, they're revealing how disconnected they are from their own. And your awareness of this isn't judgment, it's spiritual self-protection. 4. Superficial support. They say they support you, but their energy tells another story. A story of absence wrapped in politeness, of distance masked by smiles. Their words might be sweet, even congratulatory, but when life gets heavy or your soul shines too brightly, they vanish or fall silent. You feel it in their presence, cold, disconnected, indifferent, like they're physically with you, but emotionally somewhere else. Carl Jung called this kind of emotional detachment ego dissociation, where a person becomes so disconnected from their own emotions that they lose the capacity for authentic connection. When someone cannot access their own soul, when they've buried their true feelings beneath layers of ego, shame, or comparison, they also become unable to meet yours with genuine warmth. So instead of celebrating your growth, they offer shallow validation that feels scripted, almost robotic. It's not always what they say, it's what they withhold. The lack of eye contact, the delayed response to your joy, the subtle shift in tone when you talk about something meaningful. These are not coincidences. They are signals from the unconscious, clues from the shadow that Jung said holds all the parts of ourselves we repress: jealousy, envy, inadequacy, fear. And when your soul glows with clarity and peace, it threatens those who are still avoiding their own shadows. Your light exposes their darkness, not because you intend to, but because truth reveals what is false. So they retreat, emotionally and spiritually, offering you only a diluted version of friendship, one that looks real but feels empty. This isn't about drama or overanalyzing every interaction. It's about honoring your soul's intelligence, that soft discomfort in your gut, that inner whisper saying something is off that is wisdom. Energy always speaks first. Words follow, but the soul feels the truth before the mind can explain it. The most dangerous form of pretense is not hatred, it's false support. Because it confuses the heart, makes you doubt your own perception, and can leave you spiritually exhausted. So pay attention to what is said and unsaid. Look beyond gestures and ask yourself, does their presence nourish or drain me? Do they show up when it matters or only when it benefits them? The soul doesn't lie. And when you trust it, you free yourself from illusions disguised as kindness, from approval that lacks depth, and from connections that look safe but are spiritually hollow. You deserve relationships that move beyond the surface, that feel like home, that breathe life into your being, not those that make your spirit question its worth. If you've ever felt the sting of empty words and distant energy, you're not alone. If this message speaks to your soul, consider subscribing and hitting the notification bell. Your path to emotional clarity and deeper spiritual connection grows with every insight we share. 5. Control, disguised as concern. They won't yell. They won't openly criticize. Instead, they'll wrap their control in the softness of concern, slipping manipulation into the tone of care and calling it love. I'm just looking out for you, they'll say. I care about your future, that's why I'm asking. But somehow, every time you speak with them, you leave feeling smaller, second-guessing your decisions, wondering if maybe they're right and you're not ready. What they're really doing is projecting their fear onto your freedom. Carl Jung called this the shadow, the unconscious part of ourselves that holds our deepest fears, insecurities, and suppressed emotions. And when someone hasn't dealt with their own chaos, they'll unconsciously try to regulate yours. Your courage threatens their comfort. Your clarity disrupts their illusion of control. And so they use concern as a leash, subtly tugging you back when you try to run toward your truth. I remember the story of a woman named Sarah who had spent years in a soul-draining corporate job. One day, she finally decided to break free and open her own yoga and wellness studio. It wasn't just a career change, it was a spiritual awakening, a return to herself. But instead of celebration, her closest friend began offering constant advice. Are you sure this isn't too risky? What if the economy crashes? What if you're not cut out for this? It was never outright disapproval, just a steady stream of doubt disguised as love. Over time, Sarah realized that her friend wasn't trying to protect her. She was trying to keep her from leaving the shared space of limitation they both once occupied. Sarah's leap forced her friend to confront her own stagnation, and that was too uncomfortable. As Carl Jung said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. Her friend was not reacting to Sarah's actions. She was reacting to the parts of herself she hadn't yet owned. This is what makes disguised control so dangerous. It doesn't sound like manipulation. It sounds like care. But true concern never tries to limit you. True love doesn't come with strings or subtle punishments. When someone is genuinely concerned for your soul, they offer support, not surveillance. They celebrate your evolution, even when it changes the dynamic. They don't try to pull you back into who you used to be just because they're afraid of who you're becoming. So the next time someone questions your path under the banner of just helping, take a breath and listen beyond their words. Ask yourself, are they actually supporting my growth, or are they trying to control it? Carl Jung taught us that once we become aware of the unconscious, we take back the power to choose how we respond. You don't need to argue. You don't need to prove anything. You simply need to recognize when someone's fear is trying to disguise itself as your truth. And then you choose your soul. You move forward anyway. You honor your vision, even when others can't see it, because their inability to deal with their shadow is not your burden to carry. The more spiritually aligned you become, the more you'll notice this pattern. The people who truly love you will stand beside your fire, even if it makes them sweat. The ones who don't will try to smother it under the weight of their disguised fears. But that's not your path to walk. Your path is forward, lit by clarity, moved by purpose, and guided by your soul, not by someone else's shadow. 6. Gossip and distortion. One of the most insidious signs that someone is pretending to like you is not what they say to your face, but what they whisper behind your back. Instead of having the courage to confront you directly, they choose the path of spiritual cowardice, gossip, distortion, and calculated silence. They magnify your smallest flaws, twist your words, and turn your human moments into exaggerated stories for an audience hungry for drama. You begin to notice it not through confrontation, but through cold shoulders, subtle avoidance, and the way conversations fall silent when you enter the room. Carl Jung taught that what people project onto others often reveals the parts of themselves they are too ashamed to acknowledge. Shame is a soul-eating emotion, he said, and these people, driven by shame and jealousy, can't handle the brightness of your spiritual presence. So they smear your name in the dark, hoping to dim your light without ever being seen holding the match. And here's the spiritual irony. They often disguise this sabotage as concern. "I'm just worried about them," they say with a smirk. But true concern doesn't poison reputations or isolate souls. Real care is confronted with compassion, not whispers laced with venom. Their words don't just damage your image, they attempt to fracture your energy. This is more than social sabotage. It's energetic manipulation. Your soul begins to feel it before your mind can explain it. You feel tension in the spaces they've spoken in, even when they smile at you. You sense hesitation in the eyes of mutual friends. And it's not in your head, it's in the field. Jung warned that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And this is exactly what happens when people are controlled by their own shadows. They cannot love you genuinely because your authenticity mirrors their own lack of it. Your presence demands truth, and that terrifies those who live in illusion. But there is a spiritual gift buried in this discomfort. It sharpens your discernment. It deepens your solitude into strength. You stop explaining yourself. You stop chasing clarity from those who only offer confusion. And most importantly, you stop doubting the truth your soul already knows. People who can be turned against you by gossip were never truly with you. Those who distance themselves without asking for your side of the story have shown you their level of loyalty. And those who can only see you through the fog of someone else's distortion were never seeing you at all. What they fear is not your mistakes, it's your presence, your peace, your refusal to shrink. So trust the silence, honor the shift, and let their whispers be the soundtrack of your rising, not the anchor to your identity. Are you ready to rise above the noise and reclaim your truth? If so, comment below, "I choose clarity," to affirm your commitment to spiritual growth and inner peace. 7. Know joy in your joy. They say they're happy for you, but when you look closely, really closely, you'll notice something's missing. That genuine spark in their eyes, that heartfelt tone in their voice, it's not there. The words might sound right, but the energy doesn't lie. You share your achievement, a joyful win that came from your soul's hard work and growth, and suddenly the air gets heavy. Their smile is polite but stiff, their response delayed or quickly redirected. Maybe they change the subject, give a half-hearted nice, or toss in a veiled jab disguised as humor. Must be nice to have all that free time. And you feel it, that silent disappointment you weren't supposed to notice. Carl Jung taught us that the shadow of those unconscious parts of the psyche we deny often holds resentment, envy, and unresolved pain. When someone cannot celebrate your joy, it's not about you. It's about the inner battle they're losing with their own shadow. Your success triggers something buried inside them, a dormant wound that whispers, "Why not me?" Your elevation reminds them of their perceived failures. And instead of facing that truth with courage, they deflect it onto you, withdrawing emotionally or responding with false enthusiasm. This isn't just a lack of support. It's a reflection of a fractured soul still entangled in unhealed stories. And if you're spiritually aware, you'll feel this dissonance immediately. because the soul is sensitive to vibration. And when someone's energy doesn't align with their words, you'll sense it before you understand it. That tension isn't your imagination. It's your intuition speaking. Jung said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." But in this case, it also reveals something about their inability to hold space for your light without dimming it through passive detachment. This kind of hidden resistance is dangerous because it masks itself in civility. It's not an overt attack, it's spiritual sabotage wrapped in silence. And the most painful part? It often comes from people you thought would be proud of you. But you must remember, your soul did not come here to stay small for the sake of someone else's comfort. Your joy is divine. It is the external echo of internal alignment, the evidence that you've done the inner work to rise. And if that rise unsettles those around you, let it. Do not trade your light for their approval. Do not shrink to keep someone else from confronting their shadow. Instead, bless them silently and keep rising. Because the soul that cannot celebrate you is the one secretly competing with you. And you were never meant to be in a competition. You were meant to shine unapologetically. 8. Nonverbal betrayal. Have you ever shared something beautiful about your life? A moment of success, a joyful milestone, or a well-earned victory, only to be met with a smile that didn't quite reach their eyes, or a silence that felt colder than any rejection? You sensed it instantly, not with logic, but with something deeper, something ancient in your soul. Carl Jung once said, "The unconscious always leaks through," and it does especially in the stillness between words and the stiffness between gestures. Someone who pretends to be happy for you might say all the right things, but their body tells a different story. A fake smile, a distant look, an oddly timed pause, or a hug that feels more like a goodbye than congratulations. These are not random. They are the shadow leaking out, the part of them that their ego tries to keep hidden, but your intuition catches in an instant. That cold glance they throw when others praise you, the tightness in their posture when you succeed, the way their eyes shift when you walk into the room glowing. They may not say it, but their soul is broadcasting it. Resentment, envy, and subtle hostility dressed in politeness. And in today's world, where so much is filtered, edited, and masked by performance, this kind of emotional dissonance is more common than we'd like to admit. You begin to realize that the shadow isn't always about cruelty or malice. It's about unacknowledged pain, jealousy, or fear that others haven't yet faced. You become a mirror, and your light disturbs what they've buried. A woman I once knew worked in a creative field where collaboration was supposed to be everything. She thrived, she rose, and her ideas were celebrated. But every time she spoke in meetings, one colleague would look away, blink excessively, or fold their arms tightly across their chest. It was subtle, never loud, never confrontational, but it was real. And that energy, unspoken yet undeniable, told her the truth long before words ever did. This is the nature of shadow behavior. People don't always know they're doing it. They may think they're being supportive, kind, or professional, but your soul knows. You feel the tight energy, the sharp micro-reactions, the misalignment between their words and their presence. And the more spiritually attuned you become, the more you will sense these betrayals not to judge, but to protect your peace. Because not everyone who claps for you actually wants you to win. Not everyone who sits at your table is truly celebrating your feast. Some are just waiting for you to trip so they can sip their envy in silence. The lesson is not to grow bitter, but wiser. Carl Jung's work reminds us that the greatest mastery lies in seeing the shadow hours and theirs, and responding with clarity, not confusion. When you honor your intuition, you're no longer gaslighting your own soul. You stop telling yourself, "Maybe I'm overreacting," and start saying, "My spirit knows what it feels." And that changes everything. Because in a world where so much is fake, your ability to discern real from pretend becomes your greatest spiritual compass. So pay attention to the body language, to the tension behind the tone, to the emotional undercurrents behind the praise. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. If you've ever sensed someone's true feelings through their body language, type in the comments, "My intuition sees the truth." Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the hidden signs of shadow behavior and false friendship. If this message helped you see certain people more clearly or brought awareness to your own energy, remember, you're not alone on this journey of spiritual awakening and emotional clarity. At Spiritual Wisdom, we're here to guide you through the unseen layers of human psychology and soul growth. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who might need this insight, and subscribe to our channel. Be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the truth behind the mask in our upcoming videos. Stay wise, stay protected, and keep walking the path of self-awareness.